Hey! Hookshot, how you doing, friend? GDC crew, GDC crew, huh. GDC crew, GDC crew, huh. Sorry, I found out over the weekend that my favourite event at GDC is definitely happening this year, and Mega Ran's playing it. And I don't actually know this band that well, Crash Faster, but one particular GDC year, I can't remember what happened, but a couple of my t-shirts got wiped out, so I had to like stock up on non-industry shirts. So I just bought a bunch from a fucking gig one night. That's where my like little like spaceman skeleton. Oh shit. Well, Hookshot, if you need me, I'll be on Discord DMs. Whereabouts is your accommodation? I guess before the rest of the Longship get in, I can basically just be like little... Like, I'm by no means the master of San Francisco. Not far from the center? Okay. Well, actually, if you want to just DM me the location, and then I'll get some... I'll have to think and some beats. That way you don't put your, like, address on a recordable and easily searchable format. It's actually the reason why I haven't done a bunch of I'm going to GDC posts, is because I have the ire of the internet, or had the ire of the internet. Thankfully, that's all kind of eased up, but I didn't want to announce, "Hi, I'll be in a plane at this time, exactly this moment." Anyway, happy Tuesday, good morning, what ho friend? How goes it? I'm drastically behind on so many things, but I am feckin' stoked to get back into the Golden Idol, and like I said, like, I just started getting people like hitting me up yesterday and being like, "Are you going to GDC? Let's hang out," which is real nice. And Fearless, watto and welcome. Hello, hello. GDC squad! GDC, GDC. Well, better to say that the final version of Phantom Brigade is out now on Steam. Although, I mean, why would they launch it the same day as a Destiny expansion? No. Someone didn't check the dates. I can't afford to rebuy it on Steam, but when I am flush, I will get... excuse me. I will get it on there because it's like... I love you. I love Epic's free games. I do not like having to do battle with Epic logins every time. And Vanderbeest. Head of House Order, watto and welcome! Well, so Hookshot, there's levels. The reason why I would put Destiny in a special category is because Destiny seems to be this weird little creature that is simultaneously, like, has a huge user base and is played by a massive swath of the industry, both, like, media and dev side. So, like, a Destiny expansion consumes the oxygen in the room. Kind of like a lighter version of, like, the Elden Ring effect. Renmon, watto and welcome. Legend of Morad, greetings. So yeah, sharing a launch day with a Destiny expansion is a fool's errand. Oh, Captain Hillian, watto and welcome. So it's like, don't worry about going up against something like Horizon Zero Dawn, but do worry about going up against something that's like... I'm trying to think if there's other... God. I'm trying to think if there's other, like... games in that space, like, absolutely do not share a launch window with. Because the thing is, like, if there's, like, a Battlefield game coming out, like, don't worry about it, because the shooty gunbang crowd are going to shooty gunbang, and you know the people looking for a cute, like a cute indie title are not going to have a problem. Hey, Nick, how you doing? Occult Game Dev, Watto, and welcome. Oh yeah, Redmon, absolutely do not share a launch window with Silksong. That is going to also steal all. Oh god. Okay, so Hookshot, your hotel is a fair trek from the convention center, but is in a nice little spot. Oh, Megaboss, Watto, and welcome. I saw you didn't want to get spoilers for Golden Wake, so we got Natter in time. Well, Fearless, I hope you find some solid good deals. Looking at it, there's, like, depending on how many days you're staying for, there's still a lot of viable hotels. Oh, and Occult Game Dev, I'm doing the same. I'm only able to afford doing this year's GDC because a friend has been very kind enough to let me stay in their spare room. Although there was a potential that I was going to be staying in a vampire's workshop with a space heater, and whilst a spare room is fucking great, like that is the peak of luxury comfort on a budget. The story about being able to say, yeah, no, I'm staying in the vampire's workshop, and being able to say that and mean it, the story would have been great. Well, Renmon, good luck with the house viewing. But you got me for some banterific stuff. We're just talking GDC at the moment. Yeah, Fearless, you told me the name of yours. Also, just very quickly, if you are going to GDC, please don't say the hotel you're staying at or the day you're flying on Twitch. I had Hookshot DM me the name. I'm being overly cautious, but just in case there are the last wispy remnants of bad words lurking. Oh shit! Hookshot, you're flying on the 32nd! Me too! Oh my god! I'm flying in the series of Zlango unreadable text.
Reactor online. Sensors
hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
You hello.
I read that as yoo-hoo! Keldra, Watto and welcome. I cannot believe it's been 6 months already. It seems like you've been here for 2 minutes and forever. But feckin' yo, thank you. Yeah, and Fearless, we'll do like a little... we'll do a group chat for GDC Longshippers. Because I know we'll all have a million different group chats, but I figure our little squad's pretty close-knit enough now. Because it's looking like I'm not going to have much in the way of meetings and stuff, so it's mostly going to be doing chats and interviews and content, which is what
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope. Thanks for a 20 and being such an inspiration.
Oh. Gitned, I would often describe myself as a cautionary tale, but thank you. I mean, obviously thank you for 20 months, but it's a really fucking nice thing to say. And you know what? I'm not gonna deflect the compliment. I'm gonna take it, because I was having a chat with a good friend over the weekend, and TLDR, we were just talking about how there are people out there who have huge audiences but those audiences are based upon being mad about stuff. And it's not really easy or marketable to do long, detailed deconstructions of why things are the way they are and how to do it better or how to be better. That's a long and arduous banter. It's not an easy clippable pitch. But you know what? I would not change this for the world. So feckin' yo. Occult says that their dev friend circle is bailing this year, so they're mostly solo. Hey, then we can just fucking hang. Like, I don't even have an expo pass this year. So if you hear of anybody that has sponsored talk passes, I'll grab one. Honestly, the only reason why I want an expo pass this year is to see all the crypto stands that paid for their stand last year do the fucking walk of shame this year. Like, oh, it's gonna be delicious. But we're probably going to have so many of the AI conversations this year, and it's going to be real hard to tell the difference between, you know, third-party shills and ones that will likely be implemented in engine. Well, so Renmon, that's not the case. I was media at GDC for good 3-4 years, and then during lockdown, they reviewed my pass. So last year, I didn't get a media badge, but I did get an expo pass, and this year I'm off the list. So they let me down gentle. I tried doing the reapplication, but they don't have a streaming media application. So yeah, it is what it is. Like, it just means that I'm getting more and more indie as we go on, and I'm okay with this. Anyway, sorry, who's not had an intro? An intro? Who's not had a hello? Sorry, you can tell the caffeine's kicking in. Catastros, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, a cold game dev. 293 for an expo pass. And friends, that expo pass just gets you access to the show floor and sponsored talks. That doesn't mean you get to go to all the talks. Fucking wild. But yeah, nearly $300. Nah, that's good. That's a lot of money. However, all the people that I want to see and hang out with, I'll see and hang out with in the gardens. So, like, I'm not paying $300 to point and laugh at Crypto Bros. I can do that for free outside. I might just get a little folding table and a little sign that says, "How's that pay to earn working out for you, buddy?" I'm still getting my GDC shirts. I am going to get the Damn I Love Frogs DILF shirt. I think I need to. I just need that shirt in my life, and it's only $12. Yeah, well, Hookshot, I will pretend to be you for a walk around the expo floor for footage. Nah. Oh, sorry. A cult game dev was saying, brilliant idea. Set up a table, do on-site consulting, and see how long it takes to get money for an expo pass. If I did that, I would do it at no cost. Or, like, bring me food or booze. You know. I have a similar philosophy to GDC that I have to PAX, which is the ecosystem has been very good to me, so I would never exploit it. And I know it's weird to look at a convention like one would, you know, ethical logging, but that's how I feel. I haven't had to pay for PAX passes for quite some time. I've bought PAX passes and then given those to people who couldn't afford to get in. Because I don't assume, but I've been lucky enough that for like PAX West and PAX East, I haven't had to pay for some time, which is really cool. So anytime that I get like extra passes, I just give them to people. This was very much Bacon Avengers philosophy, and Bacon actually managed to help get me in one year when I couldn't afford a pass. So I take a similar philosophy to GDC. You know, the year where we had like a buttload of free sponsored passes. Like, I wouldn't say anybody else has to do that. It's just my personal philosophy. Sorry, I'm going off on tangents. Let's go back to practical things. Hello. Watto and welcome. I don't have much in the way of stories about Will. Yesterday was like, I don't know, rolling thunder, but replace the word thunder with naps. I slept a lot, but at the worst times. So if there's a wee bit of the crazy in my eyes, that's why. But I'm doing okay, you know? Tonight is the cheapest night to go see Cocaine Bear, so we're gonna go see Cocaine Bear. And yes, I will be pre-gaming because I don't want to spend money on drinks. Yeah, that's been the long and short of it. I've got a buttload of stuff to do, which I still haven't. But I'm here, I'm caffeinated, I'm ready to talk about them bitchy games. Crux, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, then, and Hookshot, I will absolutely take food charity. One thing that's always fun is finding out who's got budget for entertainment and being like, hey, can I scrounge a meal off you? Can you expense this? Yeah, Renmon, I do find that little cluster huddling of new individuals to be very interesting. It was different last year, because last year was very tentative. There were some new students, some new individuals, but for the most part, it was like the ecosystem returning for 22. But I do remember from previous GDCs where you'd see these gaggles of either students or like first-time like GDC attendees who would be encouraged to buy expo passes and then kind of move around as a clump and then dissipate. It's a tricky thing to... I mean, here's the thing. What could you do as an individual? Like, I could put a sign up and be like, if this is your first time through GDC, like, let me be your guide. But that does make me seem like a weird, crazed hermit.
Ah, children, let me lead you around GDC. I'll show you where the real potions are.
Alright, maybe I've had too much coffee. Maybe that is... Maybe I should have less sleep and less coffee. But you know what I'm saying, right? I'd love to do that, but it's like, how can I do it in a way that's not creepy or condescending? I mean, like, maybe that's it, Mega Boss. Maybe I should adopt, like, the old arm of the old hunters. Let me show you. I know the legends. I know the greats. I know these lands. Yeah, maybe I should go for that. That might be the way to do it. Oh, God. Occult Dev. Also big same. I also miss, like, having tech money behind me. Don't worry. I'll cover this. Was a lovely thing to say. You know what? Huh? That's it. I'll go full anime convention and just hold up a sign that says free hugs. Best one of those was an Agent 47 cosplayer. Had free hugs on one side, and then on the other was just kidding. Sometimes the oldies are the best. Like, also, this might be one of the few GDCs where I actually could be a guide, where I could be an old wizened ranger, if you will. Because, like I said, I don't have a lot of meetings this year, and that's fine. I mean, one could go into an interesting deconstruction about how about how GDC as an entity carefully guards all the games that are being exhibited there, so that press and media have to go through the machine. Like, there's no punk underground for seeing a lot of titles, except for a few of the evening parties, and those are usually terrible for making deals happen. They're great for awareness, but like, some years you start seeing the same games at all the same late night parties and them still hunting for publishers, and it can be a little heartbreaking.
Hi, new Kangoa. Allow me to introduce you to Uncle Sonic.
I know Uncle Sonic and his big waggly finger.
Banter, thank you. So Redmond, this year, the San Francisco Indies are putting on like a mixer party for GDC, and there's the POW Chiptunes rave at the DNA Lounge. So I'll definitely be going there, but I think we definitely fucking peaked at that Matrix rave. I haven't seen one as good as. So Hookshot, I don't have a strong parties list like I usually do, but if you don't mind finding me on the Book of Face, I can get you into the Fellowship of Game Developer Parties, which is a group on Facebook that tracks all events happening at GDC. It wasn't much use last year, but this year there's a lot more going on, so... And Jackie, Watto and welcome. Feckin' terror. I'm not sure if I want to go to the GDC Metalhead meetup, but I'm curious as to what that group looks like. Alright. Oh, hang on, I think I'm going to refresh the page. Well, so Jackie, I believe John Romero is getting a GDC Lifetime Award this year, so he'll be there. I've not had the chance to, like, stand around and properly chat to him for a while, but it would be fucking cool too. He's probably not likely going to be hanging out in the Indie Gardens, though. Oh, you mean the Metalhead meetup? I don't even know, because this is the thing, like, I'm not involved in metal culture in the slightest. You know, it pops up in my music playlists, and I'm still... I would go to a metal show, even though I don't listen to it as much in the regular. And Lizzie, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. But, like, I don't know what metal culture is right now. Yeah, how dare I not listen to 24/7 Cannibal Corpse? Yeah. Unfortunately, like a lot of people with my grungy cadence, I've fallen into the folk punk kind of scene, which, when my friend said, it's basically what'll happen when civilization crumbles and we all become D&D parties, folk punk will become the main form of music, and I'm like, piss. That and ska. Because you can have a ska band sans any kind of electrical instruments. Yeah, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh. Well then, that's a hell of an opening statement. I mean, also, Watto and welcome, same as J-Post and everybody. And Naru, did I say hello? I will never get tired of this playlist just for having an excuse to listen to Unreal Tournament 99. tiny boop. And Vanderbeest, that gave you the Eldom. So what will you do with this newfound power? There we go. Alright, Hookshot, the deed is done. The deed is done. So you should have an invite to the Fellowship of GDC parties. And again, if any of you don't mind being friends on the Book of Face, honestly all you're going to see is fucking pictures of guinea pigs and Gundams. I will happily invite you in because it's a semi-open group. It's run by Ty Taylor of the Quantum Physicist Guild, which was Freshly Frosted and Sail Forth. We haven't streamed Freshly Frosted, mainly because it scares me. But it is a very, very good game. But no, Ty Taylor's a big force for good in the general Seattle game dev scene and the indie scene as a whole. And they run that space, so fucking yo. Well, so Keldra, I mean, obviously, thank you for the lurk. The thing is, you'll be able to share this game with others in the future, or Skadi's been back kicking ass, meaning that the VODs don't suck anymore. To Skadi, I tried. You might have seen in those first few VODs while you were away, an attempt was made. I'm sorry. I did my best. Vanderbeest, well played. Well played. I'll have to think of a counter move. Kisa, what and welcome. How are you doing? Wolfgrab was like, wait, did you say guinea pigs in Gundams? Count me in! Fucking yo. So Kisa, I've been looking for t-shirts to wear to GDC because I try and make sure that when I'm doing like a GDC trip, I'm not wearing other teams' merch so that nobody thinks that I work for a company that I don't. I never want to accidentally represent somebody, especially as an independent. So each year I kind of do a little hunt for shirts, and I stumbled upon one site that takes all those memes from the Bone Zone and prints them as t-shirts. And it is, if they weren't so expensive.
Stop that incessant.
Hey! Catastros, that's fucking cool of you. That's really fucking cool of you, thank you. Giving the sub to Kisa, keeping it in the family. Yes. But I keep looking at the shirt that says, born to shit, forced to wipe. And I'm like, no, Will, don't do it. Don't do it, Will. Don't do it. So I settled on the Damn I Love Frogs Dilf shirt. Yeah, Remon, you don't want to be seen wearing all the free shirts and merch at GDC. Like, I'm literally wearing Fat Shark socks right now. Yeah, you're gonna see some feeties. Yeah. From the makers of Vermintide and Darktide come these socks. Which I got at GDC. Like, yo, lockdown was particularly brutal for Will's sock count because I didn't get Unreal socks, I didn't get free socks from people. Oh yeah, no, Gideon, wearing the merch is a flex in the right place. GDC is one of the few places where I don't, just because again, I don't want people thinking that I'm representing a game I'm not. Because the thing about being a community manager is you sometimes have to deal with problems that aren't your fault. They aren't even your cause or anything to do with your team, but they're your problem. A hyperbole example would be back when Notch was still on social media. He'd be a piece of shit on Twitter. And then, no doubt, I'm just theorizing here, the Minecraft community team would have to deal with that, despite the fact that he doesn't make the game anymore and he's not involved, but he says horrible things on social media, and then they have to be like, oh, fuck you know. Now, obviously, I'm not going to do that, but like, you know, if I got drunk and threw up on a dog, and I was wearing, I don't know, I was wearing one of Hookshot's shirts, you know, so the first thing that people see of the sacred tree is me vomiting on a poor dog. Don't worry, the dog is fine. It's mostly water. Like, that's then a problem that a hookshot would have to deal with. Hoffers never finds Unreal socks in their size. No! I mean, Catastros, what did that dog do to me? Talk shit, get hit with sick. Yeah, just don't vom on dogs, just as a general statement of being... Why am I still talking? Why is no one stopping me? This is gonna be a day. But anyway, that's my reasoning, and I've stopped trying to have any kind of semblance in my professional opinion. My professional appearance. I'm happy being this weird, you know, grungy shaman. I'm happy being this like weird. I'm happy being this like odd, unhinged fountain of banter, and that's alright. Well, so, and Earl, Watto, and welcome. I have pitched some Unreal Tournament sessions more than once. But no one's ever like, yeah, well, that's a great idea. And I don't want to play it by myself with bots, because that just gets sad. Yay! I won again! Against nothing but bots! I'm so alone! That was a large proportion of my teens. And Firestraker, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. I'm sure someone has the ability to just be like, pat, 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 will, stop. Yeah. Redmon, that is exactly the kind of apology video I would have to make. Oh, and Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass. But anyway, yeah, I've got my GDC keen on. I'm really looking forward to seeing everybody. And honestly, I'm just kind of excited to hear how everyone's doing, hear how things are going. Like I've been saying, like, this is going to be a weird year for video games. At least for the video games industry. I think on the consumer side, this is going to be an incredible year for video games. On the dev side, this is going to be challenging. And I don't want to say it is not worth it, and I don't want to say it can't happen. I just... Considering where I am in the space, I don't think I can bring a large amount of value comparable to the risks going on right now. So I'm just happy to be there. I'll help people. I'll banter as necessary. Okay, yes, legend. An applied sausage roll can be used to stop me. But that requires baking time and construction and things like that. You can't just sausage roll over here. And Catastros, you're entirely correct. Oh. Summon Bond Me is also an effective counter. I cast sausage roll. Ultimate distract. Okie dokie Lokis. So, how's it been going with your good selves? I hear Destiny Lightfall is very fun if you can get in. Steam reviews indicate that these servers are still not ready for these large-style launch days, but it is what it is. I mean, we've talked a lot about, like, launch day server woes. How you don't want to... What you don't want to do is spool up your servers to a gajillion numbers, because most of those people will be gone after about a week. But at the same time, it's the point where people are at the most keen, so it creates this, like, this really stressful first week. Oh, Captain Hillian, nice. Now, did the Double Fine documentary get you playing Headlander again? Because I've been seriously thinking about going back to Headlander, because I've been watching the Psychonauts 2 documentary. God. Look, working for a studio is not all sunshine and rainbows. It's not all fun good times and hanging out with fucking, you know, Tim Schafer. But let me tell you, that documentary has made me homesick for a game dev team I've never worked for. So Hillian, I don't remember what the deal was before recently, but the entirety of the Double Fine documentary on Psychonauts 2 was released on YouTube, just free to watch. I don't know if it was like a backers thing or a special secret thing or what have you, but it got released. I highly recommend watching it one and all because, one, it does show the transition from that like 90s 2000s era game development into where we are now in one of the best ways. Tim plays no cards to his chest. He just tells you straight up how they make titles and the decisions. And what's really interesting is to see the difference between Psychonauts and the Rhombus of Ruin and Psychonauts 2 development side by side. The team articulating and struggling with making a game in VR, whilst another team is making a traditional sequel, and like the internal, I don't want to say conflict, but the internal challenges that creates. Like, nobody fucking talks about this shit, and then Double Fine's like, here's a documentary. Here's how it's made. Here's all the troubles. So yeah, no, it's absolutely worth giving it a watch. Sausage roll! Sorry, I just read Catastrophe saying they've been doing a bunch of Skyrim, and casting sausage roll feels like a Wabberjack kind of thing. Wabberjack. The meme mod arrows that turn anything they strike into cheese has been doing the rounds again. Yeah, we all want a sausage roll, Kisa. That's the fucking secret. Fiona made like proper good sausage rolls the other day. A sausage roll to surpass Greg's, and it was just glorious. It's one of the few times I got to flex on you all. It was great. Yeah, arrows of fromage. Terrifying. Renmon, I can't even pronounce him. The Morrowind videos going across the internet have been wild. Wild. Yes, and Immortal N, the Double Fine documentary on Broken Age is very good. And Dartonus, Watto and welcome. It was only a matter of time. We share an IP. I've been on Capybara TikTok this whole time.
Fucking song is stuck in my head.
I'm not sorry. The one I kept looking at was, it's a bunch of puppies losing their shit while a capybara in the middle's like, I'm cool, I'm zen. I'm like...
I just sing Capybara songs to Amos for like a minute solid. He was like,
That's why Amos came in here.
No. Yeah, they won't let him sit on the bed.
Ah. Sorry, friends. Hello. As I'm sure you're aware, when it comes to... Stooge! Watto and welcome! When it comes to things like TikTok and stuff like that, the algorithm simultaneously uses your account, but also your IP for predictions. So if you share a house with friendos that are also using it, it'll suddenly shift your changes. So Fiona's now getting capybaras because of me, and I'm not sorry. Oh yeah, Gideon, it is a lot of a documentary, and there's a lot to unpack, but it's... surprisingly, there's very little filler. If you have seen the Double Fine documentaries before, the early episodes do go over some stuff that you might have seen already. So stuff like how Psychonauts came to be, the development challenges, and the deal with Microsoft and stuff like that. But... oh shit. Detonus was saying the Canadian government's banned TikTok on government devices. Yeah. We live in interesting times. And Catastros, God, flashbacks and a half. Catastros says they spent like half an hour today like yanking mods out of Skyrim, trying to find the one that wasn't working, and I'm just like, yep. Yep. That sends me back. This is a complete tangent, but I love talking about it. It's like, often people talk about, like, you know, the old age of big box PC games and how it was a golden time for modding. And they're not strictly wrong, but the amount of people that forget how fucking complicated that nonsense used to be. Where was I at on this playlist? You know what? I want my... Where's my Ridge Racer? Is it Silhouette Dance? Alright, whatever. Back in the day, for Total Annihilation, every weapon and every unit had a unique ID in the game. However, there's no master table. So when modding in characters and in new weapons and new stuff, you have to make sure...
All this banning nonsense is why I stay away from TikTok and stick to War Thunder.
Ah yes, War Thunder. When nothing bad happens, the end. Although War Thunder's kind of the opposite when you think about it. War Thunder. Sharing government secrets like never before. With Total Annihilation, if two weapons shared the same ID, both would stop working. But there was no way to check other than going through all of them individually. It's fucking wild. I think about that nightmare a lot. I worked on I was part of a team that did a Battletech / Mech Warrior mod for Total Annihilation back in the day. But yeah, that's kind of been the long and short of it. Like, so game news, I guess the things to go back on is... as we were saying, Phantom Brigade version 1 came out today. I will probably pick up a copy of it on Steam when I have, like, chance and funds. Ooh, so here was an interesting one. So, Resident Evil 5 on Steam has just added local split-screen co-op. That's pretty cool. It's an old game, but it's nice to be able to play it next to somebody. Or if you still have a Steam Link or stuff like that, you can play it co-op. But the interesting thing about that is that Capcom have gone in and removed the Games for Windows Live support. And if you now look at Lost Planet 2 and a bunch of other, like, 360-era Capcom games on Steam, they're no longer available for sale because the Games for Windows Live integration has just balked them. They're unplayable. So I think we can be quietly hopeful that Lost Planet 2 might get a re-release with the Games Windows Live stuff pulled out. And let me tell you, that will be a wild fucking day. Like, the moment I hear a snifter of that, we are going hard. Yeah. And sorry, I don't mean to skip on from the discussions around TikTok. It's moving into a sphere where I do not have the same kind of knowledge that I do about video games and stuff like that. So I'm not wizard vetoing the conversation or anything like that. I just don't want to be yet another person talking about it who doesn't know what they're talking about. You know what I mean? But yeah. Oh, Mega Boss, sleep well. Have a lovely rest of your evening, and to be continued. All right. Tomorrow's Rain World, so yeah, you get to see me be a single dad. And Rilu, Watto and welcome! But yeah, jumping back. Lost Planet 2 is one of the best of Capcom's like 360 era titles. It's incredible. It's incredible. And especially its focus on like 4-player online co-op, of the way it varies things, the way it makes everyone feel like they're involved and makes everybody feel like they have a part to play. rather than what we've been calling murder rainbow philosophy. Sorry, I was having a great conversation with a friend the other day about different styles of cooperative experiences online. And the murder rainbow isn't bad, but the murder rainbow is basically Warframe, where you have a group of multicolored, like, character customized individuals moving from room to room, set piece to set piece, killing everything as fast as possible. The murder rainbow isn't necessarily about cooperative play, but it's about keeping up with the pack and being able to murder. If your build or skill isn't as good as the others, you don't drag them down, but you can't keep up with the rainbow. And there are a lot of shooty gunbangs that do also fall into the murder rainbow category. Lost Planet has a bit of that, but then the set pieces all have a different quirk or a mechanic that gives everybody weight, that gives everybody agency. You know, and the most iconic being the train gun. Detonus, well, does get into the smashy rainbow bit towards. And yeah, so yeah, Slooge, you don't drag them down, they leave you behind. Or, if you're exceptionally good at everybody else, you're the one that sets the pace. But yeah, so Lost Planet 2 has one incredible set piece that very few people have been able to match in terms of like involvement, agency, and fun. And it's basically the train level. Like, and friends, if I'd gotten hold of a 360, if I get hold of a 360 before they drop a potential re-release, I will go through this whole thing with you. I'll get somebody in here, we'll do it split screen, it'll be wild. But basically, you start at the back of a double train tracks, a double train setup, and you leap between the two different sides, and you fight your way up this train, and it's wild gunfight. When you get to the front, it's a gigantic train gun. Like, fucking huge. You manage to take this at the same time as, like, a would bully the Arrakis worm size sandworm shows up. And then you all have to suddenly scramble together to start using this thing. So you have to grab a shell, charge a shell, load it, aim it, fire it. And so there are multiple things to do, also while you're being attacked by waves of like bugs and creatures. And it is frantic, and it is manic, and yet there's not a hair out of place. It's fucking upset. Fucking exceptional is what I was going for. Oh, Naru Hoodie, that is Lost Planet 2. And it continues to do incredible stuff. The Special Forces level is slow to start, but by the time it kicks in, oh boy. Honestly, the wild thing is, like, God, I think there's only, like, one or so, like, weak levels in that game. What just happened? Yo! Fucking yo! I'll just show you, friends. I'll just say, Catastros, that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Like, I guess we'll be doing a Phantom Brigade playthrough real fucking soon. Fucking yes! But also, like, Catastros, I know a whole bunch of the team behind Phantom Brigade. They're awesome, and you're supporting them. So that's really fucking cool. In fact, one of my best memories of last GDC was getting to sit down and talk with Ryan Clark, who heads up Brace Yourself Games. And we just went hardcore into, like, 90s mech anime and, like, giant robot stuff. To the point where their community managers, I was like, hey, oh god, I'm so sorry, like, I'm kind of monopolizing your boss's time. And they're like, hey, he wants to talk about this with someone, and you're having a great time. I was like the giant robot Banter friend. No, Red Burning Dragon. Catastros just sent a copy of Phantom Brigade on Steam. That's really fucking cool of you, thank you. I could accept it live. It says Pilot Blonde. Get in the mechs, Will, or Amos has to do it again. My boy! My boy. Thank you. getting the robot wheel. Legend, if you want to see a dog piloting an Eva, I believe 100-foot robot golf is the current best beeline for that one. That's more of a Voltron-style mech than an Evangelion style. 100-foot robot golf has 5 corgis in 5 corgi robots that bolt together to form a giant action robot. And it's one of the best mech designs to date. Legend, a lot of people do. I think it's because 100-foot robot golf is just a little bit too... I'm trying to think of the right word. Because mechanically, it's very silly. And it's kind of funny in its, like, delivery. But it's too close to being both a golf game and a fighting game. And the potential to dunk on people who are losing is too high. Even with the McElroy brothers even with the McElroy brothers doing like the golf commentary, it's so basically, if you haven't played it, 100-foot robot golf is a golf game. Oh, and Renmon, sleep well, have a lovely rest of your evening. All right. It's a golf game where you're a giant robot. That's fine. But it's not turn-based. It's in real time. And you can attack other robots whilst they're moving from shot to shot. Which is funny until things get even a little bit competitive and then it gets fighty. Oh! Other little game news. If you'll remember in Fernax, they just added 2-player co-op. So if you needed a reason to go back and murder things with a friend, Infernax got you. So what else was on the the game news? Obviously, you all saw the Elden Ring announcement. There's going to be new content. Fucking we. Oh, and the one that I felt was Luminous Productions, the team that made Final Fantasy 15 and then made the Forspoken. This Square Enix development house, are being absorbed back into Square Enix. They will no longer be their own entity. And I really hate that. Because, like, while Forspoken had its problems, a big proportion was its marketing. You market a game bad, it do bad. And it feels like the dev team are being punished for things beyond their control. And I'm just like, grabble, 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 grabble. I mean, it is what it is, but yes, Lizzie, whole bunch of new Pokemon stuff. What did crack us up is one of them is going to be called Pokemon Sleep. It's a sleep tracker game, and it may be the only video game that we as a Longship will be shit at. I'm not carrying anybody on Pokemon Sleep. Like, I am going to be bronze trash tier ranked. Like, I never knew someone was going to be making a ranked sleep game, but here the fuck we are. Yeah, Bismarck, leak was real. There are a few good roundup articles. Also, Bismarck, Watto, and welcome. See, you know what? There are only 2 stages of Longshipian when it comes to this. Either I have mastered the great naps and can sleep like a boss, or sleep. That old friend I don't speak to anymore. Yeah, so like me and Immortal Len, sleep. Sounds like a scam. It's what big bedding made up to sell you more pillows. So yeah, the Longship is only going to be Diamond League and like Bronze 3, and that is it for Pokemon Sleep. Well, yeah, and Moose, I think, so jumping back, Moose, I think that's one of the things where I get so frustrated. And one of the reasons why I'm so anti-pre-order is like, market game good, game does good. Market game bad, game does bad. The people who market it aren't really affected. Oh. I mean, Strager, I could probably do 7 a.m. stand-ups if I stayed up till 5 a.m. every day. The only way I could make that stand-up is by going full nocturnal. So, the other news, for those of you still waiting for Beyond Good and Evil 2, I would not hold breath. Not only has the managing director left, but also currently the studio behind it is being investigated for hang on, let me find the exact correct wording, because I want to make sure that I'm not misquoting here. Darn it. Basically, the studio working on Beyond Good and Evil 2 is being investigated by someone, and I can't find the exact wording, due to the sheer number of absences, sick days. It's the amount of people taking sick leave from that studio has reached such a point. Okay, thank you. Nick, that was the fucking article I was scrambling to try and find, so thank you. But yes, so government labour investigation is underway. So yeah, and the exact wording is, they are looking into reports that dozens of developers have taken extended leave over stress or sickness over the last year. Employees have been interviewed regarding health and well-being by a third party. That's not good. That's not good. I have a feeling that the rise and fall of Beyond Good and Evil 2 is going to be a fascinating tale in the future, but like my first thought is to everybody working on it, and I hope they're okay, or as okay as they fucking can be. Oh, last but by no means least, a lot of you might have remembered Partum Artifacts, or Artifacts. The dev for this came and hung out with the Longship for a whole bunch, I want to say last year, and their title finally came out. Now, this is one for all of you spooky mother hubbards. I haven't had a chance to have hands-on with this game, and it only came out 2 days ago, but it looks absolutely fascinating. My friend described it as, what if Layers of Fear wasn't shit? And I feel that's a little reductive. However, a Cold Game Dev saying the puzzles are hard. Yes! That might be a good one to do as a squad. But yeah, Hookshot, hard agree. I'd love to see that game do well. So if you or your friendos need some spoopy shit, like, throw it in. And I won't be able to do it anytime soon, but I have been wanting to do some spoopy games again. Maybe on Thursdays, where everything's a little bit quiet anyway. But this week, we have a lot going on. Alright, so I'll have more to say about it either tomorrow or the next day. But this Saturday, we have a special event going on. Because this week's kind of like last week B-side. So we're doing Golden Idol today. I don't know if we're going to finish it today or just continue. But fucking love this game, and I'm looking forward to playing with you all. Hey! Jokum! We managed to summon you with powers. We're just talking about your video game. I was telling people it's come out, and they should play it. And I'm looking forward to having a crack at it myself. This week is all sewn up. But who knows? Who knows? But yeah, so this week, Golden Idol today, Rain World, Stories of a Single Father tomorrow. Thursday, all I'm going to tell you about Thursday is trains. And then Friday, Sea of Thieves. Now, Saturday, we are doing Make a Board Game Live with Ken. Now, a lot of you are old schools, but some of you are newer here. You may not know Ket or Slifter in chat. Oh, you lot been fucking cool. Hookshot gifting and sub to Jokum, that's real fucking cool. But seriously, Jokum, I will absolutely support the shite out of your game. But yeah, so we're gonna be making a board game live. That is to be saying, Ket and your lovely selves will be making a new board game live. For those of you who don't know, Ket's been working in the board game industry for pretty much as long as the Longship's been around. He's got credits on some pretty massive games, and like I said, there'll be more to say about that as the week unfurls. But yeah, this Saturday, going to be creating something live, and I would love it if you'd all come along, because it's going to be a group thing, and it's going to be a lot of fun. But like I said, block it in your calendars, and keep an eye on the Discord, because we will have some cool shit going on. Hey! And Jokum, thank you kindly. That's real feckin' cool of you. That's real feckin' cool of you. Like, all the bits and gifted subs and everything's are what keep the lights on here and pay for food and bills, so we are very grateful. Hey, Immortal End, if you want to do a build your own board game along as well, it'd be feckin' cool. But yeah, as you know, as I've mentioned a few times, I don't know board games like I know video games. So I'm going to be learning along with you lot. You know, I'm basically the idiot color commentator on this whole project. And if you haven't met Ket before, Ket is a wonderful person. When shit hit the fan with me in Seattle, he let me stay on his couch for like a year and change. And it's literally why we have this. You know, the Longship wouldn't exist if Ket hadn't let me use his PC while he was at work during the day. Okay, Legend, thank you for leaving the lurk. I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Rikami, that sounds lovely. I've actually been stuck on which project to do next. I was kind of brain dead yesterday, so I couldn't decide on one Gundam to start working on. Sorry, Lizzie was saying, Ket's a good bean, and Will didn't rescue him from alien kidnappers. That's not my fault! We didn't get the chance! Mike Cox got a rescue mission, but Ket didn't. That's not on me! Rikami, you did not mention 94 Gundam kits. That's a lot. I've got like 30-ish, and that's a lot. Oh, from the year. Well, you gotta be specific. I was like, you got 94 G Gundam kits? That's a lot of doubles there, friend. Not gonna lie. When you're filming your stop-motion Gundam movie. Feckin' yo. But yeah. Oh yeah, so Rikami, I've built a few of the Gundam kits from that era. A lot of screws. They are not pleasant to build. But the final results are lovely. They never did Windmill Gundam, Viking Gundam, or Tequila Gundam as kits, and that is a fucking crime. Every time P Bandai's like, oh, what mech kit do you want? We want Tequila Gundam. Hey, Jokum, you just released a video game. No one's judging you for, like, not keeping track of 1,000 things. And yeah, like, Jokum, one of the things I do say is, like, if you have titles or updates or DLC or what have you, come tell us here. Like, I'm here 5 days a week. One of the things I don't have a huge command. God, I wish I did. Like, okay. I love our little corner of the internet, and I don't want it to change too drastically. But some days, especially like it's late at night and I'm looking at indie games that I want to see succeed, I wish I had like a Markiplier audience. I wish I could be a fucking kingmaker, in that I could just say, hey, entire internet, buy this game, and it gets, 100,000 sales. Because I would use that. I would use that power for good. But, you can't have it all. You can't have a cool corner of the internet where you can know everyone personally and also be able to command huge swaths. That's just not how it's done. But for what little power I do have, I will always support friends' video games. So, yeah. Yeah, and Hookshot, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So Fearless, what's the difference in like cost per night in those? Sorry, Fearless is like weighing up doing the hostel but sharing a room with 3 people, or doing the others, because the Mossa used to be the cheap. We can do this. We can do this live because my accommodation's already sorted. San Francisco hotels. Let me just make sure, because currently the Mossa is 75 a night. So let's assume. But that might have been the wrong dates. Yeah, the Mossa. Hang on. I'm just making sure that it's not. That's not the cost per night, and that's the cost for the whole thing. Yeah, the Zeppelin is... Yeah, not the Mas Hotel in Spain, the Mossa, which used to have free donuts in the morning. The Zeppelin is nice, and that is... Oh no, that's... Oh, fuck that noise, that's per night. Yeah, get fucked. Trying to see if that cute little grandma place is still dirt cheap. I'm sorry, friends. I don't mean to. I don't mean to get into the nonsense. Yeah. So Jokum, the Mossa used to be like a little secret hotel because it doesn't have the same amenities and it's not part of a chain, but it's literally across from the Marriott in San Francisco, so it is spitting distance from the convention center. And again, the rooms are a bit jank, but there's free donuts in the lobby in the morning. Yeah, it's like Nick's like, the Mossa was nice, showers clogged with hair, and it took a week to get it unclogged. Yeah, that's what you expect from the Mossa. It's weird. But weirdly, last year, the Mossa prices were, like, redonkulous, so... there's also the, if you've got the energy and the intent, it is possible to hop from hotel to hotel throughout the week, and then save yourself a buttload of cash. Because what happens is, closer to the time, people end up, like... only getting a hotel for like a couple of nights and a couple of nights here rather than for like the GDC week. So you can kind of bounce around. It's time intensive and that's not without cost to you personally. However, it can save you like, you know, $400 or $500. Again, I do miss having a big old expense account. I miss being able to be like, hey, gigantic company with money, I need to go to this thing, and they're like, done. But sorry, friends. GDC is a fascinating challenge, and it's a fascinating ecosystem, but it's definitely a very unique event. It's not a pure trade show. It's not a pure business event, but it's also not a con. There's nothing else quite like it. Jokum, why does that worry me? Jokum's like, the chickens are going nuts. I'll be back. Nah, leave it. Stop. That's some horror movie nonsense. Wow, the chickens are going wild out there. I wonder what's happening.
When you roll a natural 20 on a boat, do you tell anyone? Or do you just let it be a secret?
Secret. A secret. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? What have I done to deserve this? Alright. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Clank Watto and welcome. We will be jumping in game in just a second. I think that's it for like video game news. Like we already talked about consumer perspective on...
Also, snipe.
Strong snipe. And puns, like, thank you for the bits. Even if you do use them to mess with me. Thank you kindly. What will you do with your Yalden? I guess the other video game news is IO Interactive have started hinting at their next game, which is going to be an online fantasy RPG. The team behind Frostpunk, the publisher behind Frostpunk, sorry, has unveiled their new video game. Unveiled the Thermitage. That seems to be the long and short of it. So, I mean, honestly, I'm fine with video game news not being scary and all over the place. Oh, I'll have to read that later. Sorry. I was just quickly checking on the hot sheets. There is an article, which doesn't seem to be sponsored, but you remember last year, Donkey announced that they were going to be making Big Mode, a publisher with one of the worst opening videos that we've ever seen from a publisher. Well, there's an article from the other individual who I believe is Donkey's partner, Leah Gastro, and co-founder, and I'll be fascinated to read that later on because I want to see. I want to see what the not Donkey part of that operation has to talk about. Yeah, I mean, Hookshot was saying the Donkey thing is ick. We've talked about it a lot on this show. That the thing that sets off alarm bells in everybody's head is that Donkey wants creative involvement with projects they're publishing, and that's a dance that never ends well. That's how you get, well, I think the earliest and best example would be how EA treated Bullfrog.
Spoiler bits, it was Lance with a meg tooth on a spear in the library.
Piss! Bacon, you said you weren't going to spoil it. Quiet! Also, the amount of people that tagged me in that fucking Megalodon tooth post. So bloody help me. Oh yeah, Hookshot. It was the, I want to be involved in the creative process because I know what makes a good game. No, you don't. You know... Yeah. It's the... Playing a good game is nowhere even close to knowing a good game from a vertical slice. But Bacon, thank you for the bits again, friend. But yeah, you know what? I'll pop it here. This is the Big Mode's Journey from YouTubers to Publishers article. I'm going to give that a read after stream. And again, I'm not going to throw stones at... I'm not going to throw stones at Leia, or Leia, or Lei. You can never know with those particular names how it should be pronounced, but it does seem that they have a better grasp of the business side of things. And a publisher that already has a strong personal brand and a strong, like, digital footprint. I mean, that's something incredibly valuable. However, I still wonder if Donkey's particular style of content works. Because, to my understanding, like, almost all of his content is, like, humorously mocking. Like, even the titles that he enjoys, he comes at from a level of, like, sarcastic humor. And you can't shit on your own games. It doesn't work. You know, you can't laugh at, like, bugs and weirdness and failings in the title if it's your title, so... I mean, Bacon, I'm just amazed that one of the... Oh, God.
I feel like when it comes to getting tagged about the Megalodon, there's no fin to lose. No great white lies detected.
Fuck you, cunts. I was just about to say, it feels very apt that the biggest mode of support that keeps this whole thing going is you lot fucking with me via the medium of bits. Oh, and also occasionally the dramatic duck. Oh, lordy, lordy. Right. Fucking criminals. Who's ready to solve some puzzles? Who's ready to solve a crime? And Skadi in Alaska, what and welcome. Yes, Pons, you are supporting via the medium of word crimes. And J-Post, there has been pun humble bundle messages. Right. Let's solve some crimes. Because there's nothing else to really be said about dunking on Donkey. And, like, I guess here's the other thing. I know so many indie publishers and indie dev teams who have to put it all on the line for their games. And I fucking respect that. It's scary and it's a lot. And... It's kind of like when you hear about somebody who's just publishing a game with their own money for funsies. Like, Big Mode... If Big Mode fails, then whip whip. Whatever. There's still a hugely successful YouTube business to fall back on. There's no skin in the game. And I think that's where I end up being a little bit snarkier than I would be to other, like, indie publishers. You know, the people behind Deep Rock Galactic are doing, like, micro-publishing stuff, and I'm happy for them. So, I don't want y'all to think that I consider myself to be lofty and above it all. You know, I guess I'm still smarting from last year of not being able to help friends find more funding. Like... There are some great games that are languishing. The kind of games that I know will do well. And the irony of being able to say, like, Donkey doesn't know a good game, but I do. I know how weird that sounds, but, you know. I spend a lot of time in the guts of the industry. I don't just look at the runes, I look at the fucking numbers. And so it kills me when I can't help people, you know? Now, in a certain regard, I guess I'm guilty as well of the no skin in the game. Because these aren't my projects, but simultaneously, like, my livelihood is not reliant on these projects doing well. Because I don't get, as an FYI, I don't get paid for finding people funding. Some companies will give me, like, a bounty hunting bonus if they get signed. By which I mean, like, publisher Wafflemancer Incorporated might give me a kickback if they sign a game. But, like, the indies don't pay me, the publisher doesn't pay me unless the thing happens. So, it's more about trying to get somebody the stuff they need. I know, Hookshot, that is a good point. Also, no doubt, because of the want of creative input, we won't hear for a while how much of a nightmare that development will end up being. Because for all you game devs, like, imagine you have been working on a vertical slice, you've got a project, you pitch it, you get signed, and suddenly someone with zero dev experience is now a strong proponent of the creative process. The very same person who's funding your game. Like, that just sounds like fucking hell on earth to me. Numbers has been consulted as well. So I look at the numbers, I look at the metrics, I look at some numbers, and I go, yo. And some numbers is like, yo. That's my process. Thank you, Lizzie. All right. This soundtrack is getting weird, and I'm here for it. But I really want to get into the case of the Golden Idol, because this game fucking slaps. I mean, Hookshot, I mean, that's a whole kettle of monkeys right there. The thing that kills me is that whole creative process is very difficult and very tricky. It is not just so simple as to... Oh, sorry, friends. No, wait, hang on. There we go. I'm not playing Bloodborne. Like, ideas are cheap and easy. It is very simple to say, especially throughout the process, oh hey, why don't we add X? But a lot of the times the reason why those things aren't in is for very good reasons. Scope, scale, complexity of addition, or how things will be taken. But sometimes in games you have to add features that suck because the people in charge, or the people with the money, make you. Look at Fear 3. Jesus, look at Fear 3. There's a wonderful documentary online about the development of Fear 3 and how much shit they had to put in that game that was not the original scope. There was not anything pitched originally, but they had to. Like, imagining that at an indie level just feels like a process of, like, miserable crunch. Yeah, now, Stooge, you're entirely correct. Money people don't understand the follow the fun most of the time. And, like, people were joking about it, but there is this fresh hot nightmare of anytime a big game becomes successful enough where the money people play it, suddenly you have to implement all those features. Now, your money person is also a YouTuber. That just seems like a nightmare scenario to me. Yeah, and Catastros, a numpty who knows nothing of game dev but holds all the money. Welcome to Kingdoms of Amalur. Game dev's easy, right? We'll just make a game. Be great. So yeah. Hookshot says, I feel one person will understand that creative process might be Splattercat. God, I haven't watched their stuff in 1,000 years. I mean, all I'll say is that unless the individual in question has taken a game to market and released it, I wouldn't want them involved in the creative process. Because, like I said, if they simultaneously are your source of funding and have creative input, you can't tell them no. You can try, but as we all know, there's only so much pushback you can give to, like, your publisher. And so, like, trying to find the right publisher for you is someone who's either going to leave you to your devices and check in on you milestone-wise, or has enough understanding and enough grasp of the situation to put forward requirements or suggestions that match up with the release of the thing. I'm not saying the money people are always wrong, because we've encountered a lot of games that failed to price themselves correctly or failed to find a way to make cash and just died. And that sucks sometimes. Yeah, you know what, Nick? That's a way better way of putting it. A Cold Game was saying that with publishers, you either want the rich absent parent or someone who will fight in the trenches with you. Yes. Because at least at that point, when they're making suggestions from the trenches, you know it's for the betterment, not because they spent all weekend playing Breath of the Wild. You know, God, I felt for every team that had to deal with Breath of the Wild feature implementation, or at least suggestion in their titles after that game went big. Well, so Immortal Len, here's an interesting thing. So yes, Game Grumps and Jesse Cox and Monster Prom. I know Game Grumps have ex-game devs on staff. Like, their publishing wing isn't just like Aaron and Dan. And they also struggled with their other published title. Now, Soviet Jump has now done much better since launch, but that had a very rocky launch. And I don't remember if Jesse's had game dev experience specifically. I also don't know how much of Monster Prom Jesse was involved with. I mean, I've spoken with Jesse, they're fucking cool people. I don't imagine them being an arse. But on that one, I can't really comment. The reason why I'm picking on Donkey is because it's just him and his wife. Or I should say, it's Leia and Donkey. Leia, or Lee. Sorry. Forgive me, I know there's a trick pronunciation to that particular name, but my dyslexic ass keeps falling over it. Like, she may have an incredible command of the industry, but if Big Mode succeeds, it will be because of Leia. Do you know what I mean? I think that's what I wanted to say. While there is one big name personality in that equation, that is definitely not the force that will make that publisher succeed. Alright, I've had my 10 minutes. Let's solve crimes. Alright, so this is the case of the Golden Idol. Now, we played this last week, and it was exactly as good as everyone said. It is bite-sized Obra Dinn-style mystery puzzles, where we are tracking a golden idol, as it was discovered on an exhibition, and one man was murdered for its theft. This idol has travelled from misfortune to misfortune in varyingly complicated situations. Now, if you didn't see the game last week, I can understand if you want to tap out and avoid spoilers. I won't be offended. But if you want to come with, hey, we're solving this together. So if you don't know the answer, feel free to get involved. If you do know the answer, don't tell us, but feel free to laugh maniacally as we slowly get it wrong. Yeah, we've gone through a whole heap of glorious nonsense. So the TLDR was that after a gentleman died from a horse accident here, upon the reading of his will, shit got wild. And the golden idol was used to set a man on fire. Later on, the golden idol was stolen by a miscreant for hire. And the mischief continued thusly in the cursed inheritance, where the wrong person was poisoned, again in an attempt to acquiesce to the golden idol. A cheeky highwayman and friends also attempted to steal it later on. It did not end well for them. And this has led to the revealing, essentially, of a secret society. This secret society definitely has designs on the idol. They wish for it. And our little man on the inside has been working diligently to make sure it does not happen. So when we last left off, the secret society had a meeting where one of the would-be initiates had been knocked out and replaced with our shifty.
All that glitters is not gold. No jewels or all precious gems can sway us, Will. Here, take this is on me and the crew. Thank you for being the amazing numpty. This is not a white elephant or a golden idol.
Fucking hell! Hello! So Vanderbeest isn't the Jarl anymore? Okay. Hi, sorry. What and welcome. Fuck. Sorry. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. I know I probably say this a lot, but fuck, I hope I do enough to be worth that. I don't know what to say. Sorry, thank you. That's a shit ton of money. Thank you. Ow, hello. I will take an internet hub. This spooky music does not fit what I'm feeling right now. Fuck. Sorry. Hello. Seriously, all of you. Thank you. Sorry. Holy shit. Okay. Just thank you. I'm not good at feeling things, alright? It's been well documented. Yeah, Clank, you're right. Feelings are for nerds. I'm just gonna say once more, like, that's a fuckload of money. Thank you. Seriously. Oh. Fuck. Asari was saying their one commander's Jarl as I have to say one nice thing about myself. I take it can't be nice but with a humorous, self-deprecating tone, like, I sure am surprisingly difficult to kill. Or I wear my undeath well. That is a fucking challenge. It's times like this where you will find out that I do not think of myself very highly. Sips coffee slowly. Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. You know what, Clank? I will say, I am good at socialization. Though, as we have discussed, it is a learnt skill. As a friend said recently, charisma isn't something you're born with, it's something you make. It's a learnt skill. Just like you can get swole, you can get banterific. And let me tell you, there was a lot of embarrassing and awkward on the way. Oh, fucking hell. I'm just sorry. Just thank you, right? Because it's like because it's the end of the month, I mean, I guess I never really expect anything, but like, you know, tomorrow's the first of the month, which means that a lot of people's subs all proc off at once, and you don't just thank you. All right, seriously. Right, let's find out what murder occurred here. So the little masks. 5 strange-looking masks. Ah, we have a dead man. His arm is broken. I'm totally focusing on the video game thing, and now the music's getting weird, and I don't like it. He has a panpipe? Both his legs are also broken. He has one of the fancy rings, which we know is a cult thing. Red Burning Dragon, I don't think I know that particular. Look at me, I'm handling myself. Check me out. Give me a little dinosaur sticker. Check those. Thank you. Yeah, Red Burning Dragon. I don't know that. Okay. Fucking hell. Please don't ask me to remember what all the different masks and robes were. We'll have to go back through this one. Oh, okay. The first game in the series, 5 Days a Stranger. Alright, thank you, Red Burning Dragon. Water Snake Master. Lately, I have experienced disturbing dreams and I feel cursed. Desist immediately and know that when pushed... my rage is absolute. Do not toy with the well-being for the Empire's general, for I will not tolerate being attacked. In many voyages, I have learned the dark arts too. If needs be, I will summon 1,000 invisible demons to crush your bones. Yours sincerely, Proud Beastmaster. Dear friend, it is not so simple for me to get you a seat alongside me in the Court of Directors at the Seven Seas Company. As a doctor, I recommend you stop obsessing over it. It will only unbalance your humours. Ah yes, good old medical humours there. Let us discuss alternatives at the next party at the Kingston Palace. Okay. This man is not breathing and a severe wound at the back of his head. But isn't that mask one of the water snakes? Because the Proud Beast were red, Alright, footprints. Sharp footprints out. And then... Okay. So the sharp footprints go back and then come back with somebody else. Okay, he's a water snake master. Okay. Because the white... Alright. Rules and history. Okay. Oh, this is gonna... Oh, Chonorus, I think you're correct. I think he took a long fall. Alright, so the one who claims to be the Griffin Reborn must perform a miracle. If someone repeats the miracle, it is proven that it was not a miracle, but mere magic. The claimant is punished with death. If no one can repeat the miracle, the masks fall. The claimant is crowned as the Griffin Reborn. Alright, so that's the rule. The masks have already fallen, and that guy's just kind of dead, so... Okay, then history. The history of the Griffin Rebirth. In 1725... I am feeling a lot of things right now. The first Dark Hand Lord Harrington demonstrated flying. Jumped off a cliff and fell to his death. Alright. Oh, okay. So these are the people who failed. In 1756, Proud Beastmaster Lord Palladius performed a seance talking with spirits. Lord Angus MacBain repeated the miracle, proving him unworthy. Let me tell you a story of Angus MacBain. It's a great name. In 1764, Dark Hand Master Lord James demonstrated the creation of a homunculus. And once again, Angus MacBain pulled that off as well. Angus is just here to pee on everybody else's parade. In 1771, Proud Beast Lord Master White carried out hypnosis of a servant. Angus MacBain did it as well. Angus just fucking dunks on everybody. Oh, that's a cool superpower you've got there. Shame if I pulled off the same maneuver. Okay. Oh, alright, so these are the different shoe shapes. Alright. So, alright. So from left to right, Budget Wario has square-toed thin shoes. Blando Calrissian has round-tipped with spurs. Bloblion has round shoes? I want to say round-toed. The guy carrying the L has sharp, pointy shoes. And the, I don't know, Founding Father knockoff has square toes as well. Now, when we look at the mud, we can see that sharp, pointy went out across the mud, so out towards the body, and spurs came back. So this means that only one set of prints is heading from the corpse to the beach. Alright. He's literally carrying the L. What an honor to experience such a historical event! Ruby ring. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember what that is. That's like nearly half past 1 in the afternoon? Alright. Alright, 50p in a bag of skips says that Angus MacBain is the dead guy. 50p in a bag of skips, that is Angus McDead guy. Okay, so the protocol of attempt to demonstrate a miracle. Location, the lighthouse on Gull Isle near the Horn of Codhead. The Horn of Codhead. Time, noon. So at this point, it's like an hour past noon. Red Burning Dragon. The slightly cursed music keeps throwing me off because it changes ever so slightly, and I find myself wanting to like turn my head to the left. Anyway, Angus MacBain, Alistair Koch, James Turner, Walter Keane, Lazarus Hurst. In charge of notes, Nicholas Maker. Alright. Dear Watersnake Brother Maker, As director of the Seven Seas Company, I do not assess work applications. Please go to the official channels. Dark Hand Master JT. Alright, so this is... Maker. So this is Nicholas Maker here. Right. Nicholas Maker. And I'm pretty sure this is Angus McBain. Because Angus McBain has disproven every other person. Oh no! Well, it happens to the best of us, Angel Kalina. It happens to the best of us. Alright, next contestant, carrying the L. Here, I brought your stuff, oh Griffin Reborn! Oh, okay. That is a series of fancy hats, which in past has belonged to the highwayman, the gentleman highwayman. What the fuck is this? A golden snuff box filled with opium powder. Well, we're having fun tonight. Then what's this? This clue has been added to the panel of thinking. Oh, shit! Okay, so the golden idol is hidden inside this cane. And the other end of the cane is by the dead body. Bloody sneaky! Dear Master McBain, these threats to contact the Chief Inspector about my past offend me greatly. Being an honest soul, I have no choice but to comply with your base demands. I may have invited Lazarus to our brotherhood, but he has not shared all the secrets with me. Luckily, I had an opportunity to see him practicing a miracle. He has a magical artifact hidden in his cane. While performing the miracle, he input the following glyphs. If he presses the small lever on the handle of the cane, it grants him the powers to demonstrate the miracle. I have no doubt the staff will work just as well in your hands as his. Sincerely, Darkhand Steward. Well, I think we can suffice that it did not happen, because if I had to guess, I'd say he tried to do the little walker floaty and then broke every bone on the way down. But let's keep investigating this lot and see where it takes us. And thus Griffin Reborn has revealed himself to his brothers by demonstrating a true miracle. Fancy ring and a silver crown with gems. Alright. Kneel before the Griffin Reborn! I'm sorry to those of you that have played the new Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy Zero. A lot of Chaos Reborn energy going on. I will lead you, brothers, to great many changes. A ruby ring and... yeah. Miracle Perception. After the input, aim at the sky, press the lever to maximum position and hold for at least 10 seconds. At this point, the idol should be full enough to perform the miracle output. Miracle Hypothesis. The water works better, but the effect is not as convincing. Therefore, blah 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 is the main challenge for ensuring my balance when holding the idol. Practice is paramount. Upon pulling the trigger, if the glyph input is meaningful... okay. So here's what happened. Sorry, I didn't explain that. So you notice how it's like the color defines which J you have to use on the idol? So if we go back to the idol, here, have a little look in here, the gem is blue. And it is set to different glyphs. So that's why after he did it, McBain would have gotten absolutely brutalized. And last but by no means least,
Yeah! This was an actual miracle! Unbelievable! Where? The Griffin Reborn!
and enough said about this wooden piece, the better. Oh, it's a seal! The seal, it's a heavy seal of Roman numerals. I want to say 7? Oh, and the door is locked from the inside. Okay. By guarding the lighthouse, you guard the Empire. General Alistair Koch. Trapdoor that connects the staircase to the top of the lighthouse. Not locked. Okay. So the lighthouse was locked from the inside. Okay. Immortal Len, I'm feeling a lot of feelings. And I guess I read that one backwards. Oh, and a set of heavy wooden oars. Okay, so now we're going to work out who all these dingleberries are. Now, we found every clue. Oh, wow. Alright, so we have the death. We have the people. So we have to find out so-and-so blackmailed so-and-so to find out how so-and-so would perform the miracle of flight. The miracle of flying. We know that one. And then we have to understand who had the cane in their hands chronologically. Yeah. I wonder what significance that stamp has, because it was IIV, not the other way round, which would have been 7. And to my understanding, that could mean 3, but that is not how you usually do a 3 or a... Roman numerals hurt my brain sometimes. Oh! Stooge makes a good point. If you applied the stamp, it would be 7, because it's the stamp backwards. Thank you! I wasn't going completely loopy. Alright. Okay, so we've got... Churro says, wait, Keen has AM's opium snuff box. Keen is the guy that has the Angus snuff box full of opium. Why does he have Angus's snuff box? Oh, because he has the pointy bloody shoes. Yeah, no, good shout, good shout. Okay, so that's Keen. What was Keen's first name again? It was... Walter Keen. Yeah, thank you. This is the full example of what happens when someone buzzes the door. Yeah. River defends the house and Amos gets all like, oh.
He's worked up.
Gets so worked up.
He's been worked up since the walk, too. I've been trying to just got him settled. Just got him settled.
It's why anytime we have to like buy things online, I try and make sure they all come in one box. Yeah, must defend the house. Alright, so let's see what else we can see about the rest of them. That's my boy. Chorus says, the guy in the middle is the Lazarus dude. You mean this guy? With his strange jowls. The red robe is Lazarus. Oh, middle of the thinking screen. Alright. What was his first name? Hang on, this guy's got the list. Nope. There we go. That would be Lazarus Hurst. Wait, isn't Lazarus the insert? Like, the person who got blagged in by the idiot. Oh, and the idiot is Walter Keane. Ah. Also, if my calculations are correct, the chronological order of the staff would be Lazarus Hurst, Angus McBain, Walter Keane. Angel, you would be amazed how many conversations in this household are punctuated by loud crash, followed by Amos. Or Amos no. Okay. Chonrus, that would make a weird sense. But yeah, we just need to work out Lord Jowlington and Budget Wario. Well, basically, you could look at these two as Budget Wario and Waluigi. So yeah, Naru, that would mean that Lazarus is Edmund from before, going by a pseudonym. And there seems to be a thing about the Court of Directors on the Seven Seas Company. That the goal might ultimately be, like, mad cash. I mean, no, Chonrus, it's a good theory because he was pronounced dead during the heist. But we know he survived by hiding in a trunk and blowing the shit out of people. And his man was the one that knocked the cultist out in the previous murder. It's just these two numpties we've got to work out. And we could try and brute force it. There's only two names left, right? Because we know Angus. So it's just Alistair Cock and James Turner that we haven't worked out. Assuming all our ones are spot on. So... Oh, what were the names again? God, I'm a dingleberry. So yeah. James Turnus and Alistair Koch. So we'll just say James Turner, Alistair Koch. Both! Ha-ha! We are a genius! And we know the order goes Lazarus Hurst, because Lazarus has to perform the miracle to be crowned the Griffin Banker, what have you. And then Angus McBain, professional party pooper, tried to perform the same miracle with the same tools, only the gem was switched from red to blue, so he just ate shit falling. And then Walter Keane retrieved the top of the cane from the body. Boof. And so yeah, so we know Angus McBain blackmailed Walter Keane to find out how the Lazarus would perform the miracle, but he didn't get the notes right. So yeah, Angus McBain blackmailed Walter Keane to find out how Lazarus Hurst would perform the miracle. We're on fire today! Which I'm very glad of, because I am still feeling a lot of feelings. I was not ready. I'm just going to say again, sorry. Fucking thank you. That's a meaty Yalden as well. Yeah, Naru, Angus was given incomplete intel. What Angus didn't get was the whole note about if the gem is switched from red to blue, then you got to, like, finagle the switches and what have you. Okay, so we know that... We know that Lazarus Hurst jumped from the lighthouse using the idol to demonstrate the miracle of flight and become the Griffin Master. Alright, so Lazarus, Hurst, jumped from... I'm going to love those additions, from the lighthouse to demonstrate the miracle. Where's my miracle? Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Using the idol to demonstrate the miracle of flying and become Griffin Reborn. And then we had Angus McBain jumped from the lighthouse. Wait, why can't I use jumped twice? Oh, I've got to put it up from the bottom, sorry. Yes, I know, River. Crimes are afoot. Okay, so the only thing I'm not getting is, so this resulted in Angus McBain's death from a... Immortal N, is Griffin Reborn a Yu-Gi-Oh card? I'll Blue Eyes White Dragon this mystery. I died from a head wound. Okay, yeah. Chaunerus, Naru, Skadi, points to you all. Died from a head wound. No one knows how cool we are! The scroll has been fulfilled! Although, I didn't think he was going to use it like a dorky pogo stick, so that is... Fuck you, Bismarck! Oh, Guru! Nothing quite like a victory humiliation. Good, good, great, wonderful. Oh shit! We have ourselves a battle! By the old gods and the new! Wait, does no one else see it? But if it's only us that can see it... Oh, okay. So either... I see what, Lizzie or Caffeine, whichever. If you want to do a refund to both Bismarck and Stooge, give them their 80Ks back, I'm going to disable those for now, because this was the problem we were having the other day. Now we know. See, only myself and the moderators can see counters. That's why it was getting so weird. Okay. Because I was getting frustrated with it the other day because it seemed like things were going wrong and I couldn't work out what was happening. So Bismarck, your points have been redeemed. Yeah, hey, you've got your points back and we established what was wrong. So thank you on that one. Because let me tell you, it is infuriating when you're trying to solve a thing while it is live and whilst things are popping off and you can't find the problem. But it's good. It's going to make me have to go through the mead point system. Well, no, so sorry. It's a permissions thing. Y'all can't see it because it's only being shown to me and the mods. So it means there's no open battle, and that's why it was frustrating people. There we go. A problem has been solved. Alright, anyway, we'll come back to that one. The return of the dab economy will happen. But for now, back to our video game. When Lazarus Hurst jumped from the lighthouse and survived using a hidden golden idol, Master Angus McBain thought he had enough information to repeat the miracle and prevent Lazarus from becoming the Griffin Reborn. He seized the star from Lazarus, locked the lighthouse door to prevent foul play. However, he did not know all the secrets and jumped to his death. Sorry, it's the Griffin Reborn. Oh my word. Anyway, let's see what happened to this poor gentleman. Chapter 3, The Ascent. An interrupted weekend at the doctor's salon. Oh shit, it's about to go down. And on the plus side, we know Budget Wario, we know... Budget Wario and Waluigi, we know. Dude with eye patch and rest, not known. But let's have a look-see. Alright, so we have the tea house, the chess house, the flower beds, the fountain, salon, and the field, along with the library. So Crux, there was a counter thrown in, a counter dab. The removal of a dab. And it could only be seen by certain few. So... Oh! Bottle of sherry? It's been fallen on the floor. Oh well. Alright. 1 full glass of sherry, 1 empty glass, and a lot of shouting. Oh my word. Alright. The seals of the 12 Lemurian clans. Oh god. Psychoactive plants with drug symptoms. The spotty onion, which absolutely doesn't look like a ball bag. The illusion of unity with the universe. Increased appetite and hiccups. Black poppy. Sleepiness. Whites the eyes. Pink tint. Lemurican lichen. Hyper-concentration on one thing. Loss of perception of time and rapid blinking. And the red berry. A surge of energy, vocalization of all your thoughts, twitching, and aggression. Oh, and Fearless, that is wild. I definitely wouldn't put any money down while they're having those kind of problems. Clank, dabs will return in To Dab Another Day. Alright, let's look at the victim. Alright, so we have a bloody boomerang. In his hand we have a tiny button. Okay. Let's have a look at the corpse. The man is not breathing and has a huge vertical wound in his forehead. He has a sword, which is clean, so the sword wasn't used. A small card that says, "Listen. Apologies for the shouting match yesterday. Let's continue our discussion at noon. Signed, Leo." Dear friend, elections are over, so let's uphold the tradition and have a leisurely weekend at my place with you and Leopold to discuss Prime Minister situation. Please join us on May the 12th. Kindly confirm your presence, Dr. James Turner. Alright. guess let's start going through the peoples.
Oh, Lord, I did not expect something like this to take place in our household.
A slightly grassy garden, she is.
Oh, my, this is such a mess. However, we will clean this blood out of the rug.
Huh? The butler.
Ha-ha, Leopold! Your plan to frame 2 is sublime, but your missing button is more than enough proof that you did it. Constable, please escort this man out.
So, a ruby ring, a clean doctor's scalpel, and a clean small sword.
James, this is preposterous! You know damn well he was killed by that Lemurian savage.
Alright. So he's missing a button. And he is very bleary-eyed. Dear friend, now elections are over. Join my manor with good August and some fine fellows. We will just have some drinks and discuss what to do about the Prime Minister situation. Kindly confirm your presence, Dr. James Turner. Okay, here's an interesting one. Alright, so, look at the gardener. I mean, he's a bit of a thumb, but he's alright. Good old James Turnip. Now, the butler, pink eyes. Black poppy, sleepiness. Whites of the eyes get a pink tint. Yeah, it's drug time. This bloke, none of that. The constable, or at least this bloke, definitely got the sleepies about him. And he's missing a button, which was in the hand of the guy who got beamed in the head by a boomerang.
This is outrageous! I thought you were an honorable man, Leopold, not some antiquarian agent trying to sabotage our friendly were mentioned with the Lemuria and provoke a conflict.
He stole his life, just like that. The doctor was a smart man, and since he threw through all the lies...
Dear friend, at one of the balls, you said that you would love to meet someone actually interested in having a weekend of drinks at my manor. And a prince from the 11th clan Lemuria will be joining us. Please do honour us with your company. Kindly confirm your presence, Dr. James Turner. Okay. I hope the host did not notice me when he was leaning over the sleeping eye patch gentleman. So we have, dear Prince, I heard that you got invited to a party of the Seven Seas Company director himself. I know that you hate associating with these invaders and thieves, but this might be just the opportunity we seek to reclaim our honor. All right. A brown stone seal. All right. A spicy-smelling ornament box. Dear Prince, as you know, I'm a great aficionado of Lemurian culture. I would love... it would be my pleasure to invite a member of the Patu clan to spend a leisurely weekend at my estate with some unknown political dignitaries. Confirm your presence, Dr. James Turner. And a clean Lemurian war club. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right. The 12 seals of Lemurian clans. The boomerang is missing, bloody on the floor, and the seal is missing in the prince's pockets. I mean, good on him. Anything nicked from the Brits is by no means a crime.
Okay. Oh God, believe me, my lord, I do not feel comfortable arresting a prime ministerial candidate, but I must. You have to follow me.
Signed, Arthur Faulkner, who has a clean constable's pike. And, oh God, who's ready for reading? That's going to be a lot. Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to go through all these, then we'll call a quick T&P break. Hopefully not in that order, because I need to be. But I figure I'll give us all the info so we can ponder it through. Yeah, I know, Salem. Readings for nerds. So we start with Leopold. Alright, so Leopold, oh God, claims that he had a glass of sherry with James in the library and became drowsy. As he was falling asleep, he saw the Lemurian observing him through the glass door. Woke up, found the butler on the floor asleep. was also drugged, woke up the butler, entered the salon and found the body. Upon inspecting the weapon, deduced that the Lemurian was the murderer, struck the buster to raise the alarm. Alright. Gideon, oh my god, played croquet in the morning. They got bored and went to drink tea in the tea house. Ergun drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Koch lecture the butler. Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away. Oh my word. Ergun was remarking the beauty of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house and return shortly after. Sorry, that was Ergun. Slightly difficult to understand what he says. Potentially because he has challenges with our language, and he claims that everything young Master Bell says is absolutely correct. James claims that he drank a glass of sour sherry with blackguard in the library in the morning. Then he went to the chess house, found Lord Alistair and the butler, ordered the butler to clean up the library and get rid of the bad sherry, spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair until the alarm was raised. NB, as master of the house, he's led the interrogation of the suspects. Alistair says that in the morning, he practiced chess in the chess house and educated the butler on his lack of military training. Sometime in the afternoon, Dr. Turner arrived to send the butler away. They played together, was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. And then Billiam planted and pruned all morning by the long word bush. So the young gentleman and the foreigner leave behind the croquet and go behind the manor. In the afternoon, moved to the rose bush. From there, he saw Lord Angus leave the fountain around noon. Continued his work around the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. And last, by no means, Pollock. Yeah, Stooge, I think you're right that the butler was drinking out the bottle, because we know 2 people got, drugged with the sleepy nurse.
What ho? Just got in and oh god, why is there a body?
We were thinking the same thing. Drugs are afoot. Also, in the last mystery, one guy used the idol hidden inside a cane, like the world's goofiest pogo stick. It's a mystery afoot. We're still getting all the pieces from this. And also, Shackle, thank you for the bits. Today has been a lot. Okay. Feck. This was Pollock. Claims that he served Lord Alistair in the chess house in the morning. His master arrived and instructed him to dispose of the spoilt sherry that he and Lord Leopold drunk, and then go to assist Mr. Spade in the garden. On entering the library, take away the glasses, found Lord Leopold asleep. Suddenly he was overcome with dizziness and fainted due to his weak heart. He was awakened by Lord Leopold and raised the alarm. Then saw the deceased lying in the salon.
There are a lot of feet around here, mystery, crime, and drugs.
You're not wrong. The only thing I want to just draw attention to is only one of the sherry's been drunk. So what Stooge was saying about the butler drinking from the bottle seems spot the fuck on. Alright, let's have a quick look around the house. Ah, here we go. So it seems we have a general outside view. I tell you what, as we are no longer on the stressy spaghetti music, and my brain needs to process all those testimonials all at once, I'm going to nip to the loo very quickly. But I'm not going to put the BRB needs tea up. I'll just put it up for a second for Skadi later, like, hello! So that you can read all of the current clues that we have. Actually, and I can pop up the... Yeah, there we go. I can pop up the thinking page for you as well. So, I'll be back in just a second. Please bear with me. If you need to get a snack or a cup of tea, now is the time. Hello there. Oh, excuse me. I just had that thing where I stood up. I realised that I was absolutely starving. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright. So let's finish exploring the garden. But this seems like it's going to be a complicated one. I'm okay with that. The last one set the scene very well. And there's a few characters that we already know. So we know, like, the Budget Wario and Budget Waluigi. And I think we know who the victim is. And I think that was the same person from the previous section, but we need a little bit more info. Oh, Naru's got cookies. Check you out. I've got just peanut butter and toast. I needed something substantial and quick. But it seems like the timing is going to be the challenge here. So, there's a newspaper over by the Dolphin Fountain. The London Gazette, May 11th, 1792. Who will be the new Prime Minister? So we have the New Order Party, the Moderates and the Loyalists. The New Order Party have the most MPs, but it's clear that the two old parties will form a coalition. This means that either Loyalist leader Blanchett or Moderate leader Valentine will become the new Prime Minister, leaving Lazarus Hearst and his party in the opposition. Lazarus has designs. Hey!
Humble store purchase made for $49.99.
Who was that? Also, feckin' thank you. That was a fancy purchase as well. Alright, I'm betting that was either Kerbal Space Program 2 or Light Fight, the Destiny expansion. Now, the layout of the chessboard here seems important. I don't know if you can all see it. I don't speak chess, but this, for those of you that do, this might be important. And when I say speak chess, I'm not meaning that sarcastically. There is a language to chess that once you get to a certain level, you can kind of understand. Certain scenarios, certain moves have implications beyond just horsey go nay nay. I don't know them, but and yeah, Chonros, the chessboard came up and someone was winning. So I'm guessing somebody's in check here. I can't tell who. Okay, no one's in check. Alright. That's a fascinating aside, just in case you didn't know this little, like, tidbit of fact. So...
There is no chess strategy superior to horsey go nay nay. That is the move that Deep Blue used to beat Kasparov.
Shackle, it is exceptionally difficult to consume peanut butter toast at the same time as laughing. Like, that was some peak, let me say, like, Queen's Gambit maneuver. The ultimate horsey go nay nay. Watch me, whip. Watch me, nay nay. Check. But yeah, I was only made aware of like chess language after a wonderful YouTube video talking about all the chess matches throughout the X-Men movie series. Particularly the Patrick Stewart and oh my god, how am I forgetting his name? I'm a terrible person. Sir Ian McKellen? No. Yes? Yes. It was Sir Ian. Alright. So each of the chess matches throughout those X-Men films is all... they all say something. So the reason why like Professor X is repeatedly on the defensive in a lot of their chess matches is that Magneto is repeatedly trying to get Professor X to sacrifice his pieces, which he refuses to do. And the construction of the board is a reflection of the current state of the conflict between them at varying pieces, which I didn't know, and I thought was fucking fascinating. Yeah, it's all metaphorical. And if you understand chess, you understand the language of what they're saying through play. And that's why it was like the language of chess. Anyway.
That's also the name anytime you move a horse to block a check. If you say horsey go nay nay, your opponent must give up a pawn.
I'm trying to eat! Terrors, a lot of you. Shackle, and everyone, obviously, thank you for the bits. Fucking terrors. Alright. So this is the tea house. 2 cups of spicy smelling tea. One is almost empty, the other one is untouched. Alright. An unfinished croquet match. Croquet match, sorry. On the grassed field. The unpronounceable bushes. The rose bushes. And... Alright. So we have the window and the side door. Alright. So there isn't anything else to be lurking at. We found all the... Just get those into alphabetical order. We found all the things that we need to. Okay. So I think we need to go back to the accounts. I think the constable's accounts... Okay, the constable is Arthur Faulkner. It's always good to start getting the... There we go. Arthur Faulkner. Leopold Blanchard is Mr. Eyepatch. Alright, I'm trying to remember the Wario brothers. Also, the Prince... The Prince was mentioned by name. Oh no, the Prince... Is it just Prince Patu? I feel like... That feels like a... Okay. Urgrin. Okay, so it's Urgrin Patu. Or Urgrin 2. I'm not quite sure the pronunciation on that one. We don't have Prince, though. And he's referred to as a member of the Patu clan. So we'll consider that to be his family name. Okay. So James Turner is one of these two yelling. I'm trying to remember which one. Oh, wait, no. Would James Turner be the gentleman on the ground? No. Ah, an Immortal End. Congratulations on that one. Right. Turner is the doctor. Right. The Waluigi-looking one. And the Billiam somebody is the groundskeeper. God, curse my terrible memory these days. Like, we literally solved these two names in the last mystery. Was it Alistair Spade? Oh, Billiam Spade. Okay. Of course, the gardener's name would be Spade. Alright, let's head back to the... Is it Alistair Koch? It was, yes. Thank you. Alright, so let's head back to the... Let's head back to the notes, because this is where we get the most amount of info. I guess Podrick might be the butler. Yeah. So you're right, Billiam Spade is definitely the gardener. So we just need Podrick's surname. Sherry with Blanchard. Which of you buggers is Blanchard? Okay. So Leopold had a glass of sherry with James in the library. Which one is James? Wait, hang on. Okay, so Leopold and James had a drink together. Leopold was bleary-eyed, so him and the butler were the sleepy ones. Alright. Alright. Yeah. Mr. Eyepatch, he had a bomb-ass nap. Now, someone said they woke up the butler. Now, did they say the butler's name? Okay. So we'll just go down the list to see if anybody noticed. As you're falling asleep, the Romarian observing him through the door, woke up, found the butler asleep. Of course, he wouldn't say the butler's name. Master Turner in the chess house, Lord Alistair. Or maybe Billiam would mention... Cases. Working out the timings on this one is going to be the tricky part. No one's mentioning the feckin' butler's first name. Alright. Yes, dude, you're correct. Like, to these people, the butlers are maids and furnishings. So we've got at least part of the butler's name. Which is Podrick. It's something Podrick. The gardener had a Mr. Hill as part of his testimony. Let's jump back at that one. The alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. Oh shit, so okay, so it's Podrick Hill. In theory. God, what a mean first name to give somebody. Alright, so that means that just leaves... that just leaves the clown face and the deceased. So who was the deceased? I'm just hoping that one of these testimonies says... was the deceased in the newspaper? Oh, God, you're right! Young Master Bell with the blue hair does make sense. Do we know Bell's first name yet? Ah, Valentine! Okay, so Valentine is the leader of the moderates. And Eyepatch, yeah. Loyalist is Blanchard. So Valentine is the dead man. What's his first bloody name? It's not Gideon, is it? Have we encountered him before? And Stu, yeah, I do like that. Oh, yes, and so it's young Master Bell. Alright, so it's either Augustus Bell or Gideon Bell. Let's try Augustus. Because I think Gideon Bell... Nah. Alright, then let's try Gideon Bell and Augustus Valentine. Aha! Alright. Dustin, you say dead men tell no tales, but this one is very chatty. Okay, so we know that the... Okay, Augustus Valentine is the victim. The boomerang is the murder weapon. The salon is where he was murdered, right? And the body was found by... Who was the body found by? Oh, the body was found by Leopold. Control-Alt bingo! Okay, so we know the murder. Okay, so now comes the tricky part. We need to find where everybody was when the body was found. And that will give us a... That will give us a timeline. Alright. Okay, so that means we need to work out each person's timeline. So this is going to involve a lot of reading and far too much thinking. And as we know, thinking is for nerds. Okay, so let's start with the gardener. Okay, so they planted and pruned all morning by the longword bush. Saw the young gentleman and the foreigner leave the croquet and go behind the manor. In the afternoon, moved to the rose bush. From there, saw Lord Angus leave the fountain around noon. Continued to work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. Alright, so there's one. We know that the gardener was by the roses. Roses! Flower bed should be fine. Okay.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Air Dragon, thank you for 5 months, you feckin' legend. How are you doing? We're solving crimes and murders! Yes, you're right, the butler was in the library. The loyalist was also in the library, right? Because they woke up drugged. Same as the, says, I want to say the doctor was in the chess house. Well, we can look at Mr. Turner's. Mr. Turner's accounts. James Turner drank a glass of sour sherry with Blanchard in the library in the morning. Went to the chess house where he found Lord Alistair and the butler. Or the butler to clean up the library, get rid of the bad sherry. Spent the rest of the time playing chess with Alistair until the alarm was raised. Alright. And the master of the house has led the interrogation of the suspects. Alright. Yeah. So the doctor was in the chess house. Or at least according to them. Although whoever was having sherry in the library when shit went down didn't drink their sherry. And that's a good point, yeah. Leopold had to be in the salon because he was the one that found the body. Okay. Yeah, the doctor didn't drink the sherry because everybody who actually drank the sherry got hella drugged. And let's check Gideon's account of things. Okay, so according to this, the young'un was in the tea house all day. So yeah, the young man was in the tea house. So, in theory, Ergrin was also in the chess house. In theory, the prince was also in the chess house. However, in the tea house. The general was scolding the butler. Now, were they... So where was the butler? If the butler was in the library... Alright, so in theory, tea house with the young'un, because they were commenting on the chess house. Then who was the doctor playing chess against? Unless he's the one that's lying. Yeah, it must have been playing against the general. Alright, Control Alt, bingo! Yes. Okay, so we know where everybody was when the body was found. Now, who do we think actually did the murder? Now, if I had to guess, I'd say James Turner. Because the prince did use the boomerang and steal one of the tablets. And again, the location of each suspect when the body was found, not when the... Oh, well, Fearless, that's really feckin' cool. I'm super glad that got sorted. Like, I'm real happy for you. Sorry I couldn't be of more help with the hunt. GDC hotel hunting is an art and is very focus intensive. No, Chaunerus, I'm also a bit wibbly wobbly because one of the individuals is lying in their testament. So depending on who we think the murderer is, that's the testimony we can understand is incorrect. And then we get everybody's timelines together. But so far as I can tell, so the gardener was in the flower beds, the butler was in the library but drunk as a skunk. The general and the young man, the young man and the prince were in the tea house, and the general and the doctor were playing chess. Students say Mr. Valentine probably came back while the prince was stealing the stone thing and was killed to stop from being found out. That seems like the most logical, except for the whole thing about the current race for prime minister. We know the doctor is part of the secret society, and the secret society want to win. So, I mean, I don't want to meta this, considering everything has been about the golden idol. I think our... Okay, let's recheck the areas. Okay, so here we have 2 cups of spicy smelling tea. One is empty, the other is untouched. The chess game does seem to be in progress, so it's safe to say that the chess wasn't being ignored. And an unfinished croquet match. I hate reading that word because it always trips me up. And an unfinished croquet match. So the tea is half finished, and these sweet-smelling spices would correlate to the prince, because he has his little box of sweet-smelling spices. So the doctor did in fact play chess. And the murder weapon is from... We've been doing so much Bloodborne, my brain immediately wants to say Nemerian. Oh, fucking hell. I would be sad when we finish our run of Bloodborne. I was talking about it with a friend, and as much as I love Sekiro and the Dark Souls games, like, Bloodborne's just perfect. So, I think Stooge might be onto something. Whilst the presidential race may be in play, I think that but also the sherries. Okay, so who do we know was supposed to be drinking sherry with people? Because 2 were poured. So we go back to Podders. Served Lord Alistair in the chess house in the morning. His master arrived, instructed him to dispose of the spoilt sherry that he and Lord Leopold... So Alistair and Leopold were having sherry together. Unless... Because Leopold's this numpty, right? Hang on, let me go back to mine. Yeah. So Leopold was drugged. Augustus wasn't. Augustus drugged Leopold. And James is the master of the house. See, this is where the gaps are starting to form. Both the prince... I think it's got to be the prince.
Master of the house, quick to catch your eye, never lets a passerby pass them by.
I am drawing a complete blank on those lyrics, and I feel like I am admitting to a crime by saying that. But that could just be a combination of wonky donkey and nonsense. Okay, let's go back to the testimonies. Now, the Master of the House, James Turner. He was the one who invited everyone here, so there is definitely motive. But honestly, I think the button... So did he end up drugging himself for an excuse? Because, okay, here's the thing. Our victim has a button in hand. That button seems to have come from Leopold's jacket. Oh, it's Les Mis. It was Les Mis. Okay. Did he drug himself? Would he do that? One of you's got a... Someone had a map of the area. Where was it? Oh, it was up on the wall. Sorry. All right. Do we see him drinking his drink? Could he pretend to be drugged? Well, the only thing we know is that the black poppy causes sleepiness and the whites of the eyes get a pink tint. Both the butler and One-Eye McStabby Stab have the pink eye, lol. But it means that the likeliness of them being drugged is quite high.
I mean, lots of folks pay good money to Twitch S&P themselves.
I couldn't possibly comment. Although certain kinds of that are very legal in the state of Washington, so it's fine. Now, here's another thing. The Lemurian Lichen. A hyper-concentration on one thing, loss of perception of time, and rapid blinking. Look who's Blinky Blinkerson. And if we go to James's account, sorry, if we go to, what's his bloody name? If we go to Gideon Bell's account, Ergrin drew his attention to the interesting design of the chess house. Saw Lord Alistair Koch lecture the butler. Saw Master Turner come to the chess house and send the butler away, just as Ergrin was remarking on the beauty of the chess house. Like, basically, it's quite possible that our friend used the drugs to hyper-focus and confuse the young lad. Okay. I mean, friends, this is why I'm really enjoying this, because we're working this through. Alright, so... Early in the morning, blank, 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 in the blank, and blank, a blank. There's a lot of blanks there. Okay, so we know the stole is the Lemurian shield. So, okay, if we work backwards... Sorry, let me get these back in order. So, someone definitely stole. And that has to be Ergrin. We know that to be true. Ergrin absolutely could have drugged young Mr. Bell, because again, if we go through his pockets, a spicy-smelling ornamental box. If we go to the tea house, the tea has that spicy hint, and yeah, Bell is absolutely blinking up a storm here. So if we go back into it, meanwhile in the Ergrin to drugged and stole. Okay. So in the tea house, Ergrin drugged Gideon Bell and stole the Merian seal from the salon. Both. Okay. Yeah, Naru, that's a very good point. It's Lemurian, so again, I want to say Lemurian. It's Lemurian medicine, so the prince would have absolutely known how to do that. Now it gets complicated. So early in the morning, blank, blank, in the blank, and blank the blank. We know Leopold grabbed the blank. So if we assume that Leopold did the murder before... So Stooge is saying Prince Ergrin planted the button on Mr. Valentine to frame Leopold. Shit! Spot on! Alright. So... that was... where was... and planted the button to frame Leopold. Okay. So that would mean that Ergrin was the one that killed Augustus around noon. So it would have been Ergrin also drugged the sherry. Early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold in the library and stole the button. Unless it was... yeah, unless it was James Turner that planted the button. Yeah, I mean... Early in the morning, James Turner drugged Leopold in the library and stole a button. It seems too convenient that Ergrin was the one that did the murder. As Ergrin had no benefit from Augustus's murder, whereas Turner did. Like, it's gotta have been Turner that did the murder. He invited them all there, he set it up. I mean, hell, let's go back to the prince's note. Dear Prince, I heard that you were invited to a party by the director of the Seven Seas. I know you hate associating with thieves, but seek to reclaim your honor. Like, that feels almost internal dialogue-ish. In the sense that James Turner knew the prince would want to steal some shit back, or would at least see like his country's culture being displayed in the salon and get pissed about it. Would make great for framing. Okay. So that would mean that James Turner drugged Augustus Valentin in the library and stole a button. Timmy Turner? Okay, that's my current theory. Drugged. No. So he would have drugged Leopold Blanchard in the library and stolen a button. So then in the salon around noon, that would mean James Turner murdered... So yeah, in the salon around noon, James Turner murdered Augustus Valentine and then planted the button to frame. Okay. And Shackle, that could have been the case. I was hoping to see something signed James Turner that would confirm that James was the one trying to stoke the prince's ire. But anyway, let's see how that theory turns out. In the salon around noon, James Turner murdered, or we'll go with killed, Augustus Valentine. And is this it? Fuck! Alright. Something's not right. Yeah, it was super close. Yeah, only one or two are wrong. Now, have I put anything in the wrong order? I'm just making sure I haven't fucked up putting in the names in. I mean, maybe Ergrin did the murder? I wonder if it's location, because meanwhile, in the tea house, drugged that, and stole a marriage from the salon. In the salon around noon, James Turner killed Augustus. Yeah, is the Nemerian thing in the salon or the library? Okay, so the library is where the drinks happened. The salon is where the... I've got to stop saying Nemerian. Where the stuff is. So it could be that the murder was done in the library. That's possible. No. Okay, so that was correct. Which begs the question, where am I going wrong? Where are we going wrong? Yeah, you're right. The blood is in the carpet. He was killed in the salon. Okay. Wait, unless it was the butler that drugged Leopold Blanchard. No, Potter's was... Alright, let's go back to what they were screaming at each other. Haha, Leopold, your plan to frame Patu is sublime, but your missing button is more than enough proof that you did it. James, this is preposterous. You know damn well he was killed by that Lemurian savage. Alright, so the button is the planted evidence. Okay. We'll clean the blood out the rug. Alright. Yeah, the boomerang is absolutely the murder weapon. Everyone's swords are clean. Everyone's weapons are clean except for the boomerang. Like the one glass of sherry. Maybe Turner stole the seal to give to the prince? No, because the prince is never out cold. And I don't think the gardener's inside the house. Okay, let's go back over. So Billiam's testimony was he was pruning bushes. He was pruning the faraway bushes in the morning, and continues work on the roses until the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. However, the roses are right there, like right through the ruddy window. So you'll be able to see into the library. So perhaps, again, the butler was also drugged, and we're super close. Like there's two things out of whack, which if I had to guess is it's one of the names. I'm very sure about the Lemurian seal. The Lemurian seal. Okay, yes, let's go back to Billion's testimony. I fucking love this, by the way. So yeah, planted and pruned all morning by the big bush. Saw a young gentleman and the foreigner leave for croquet and go behind the manor. That puts them in the tea house. In the afternoon, moved to the rose bush. From there, saw Lord Augustus leave the fountain around noon. Continues work in the roses till the alarm was raised by Mr. Hill. So, the butler, again, served Lord Alistair in the chess house. Master arrived, instructed him to dispose of the spoilt sherry that he and Lord Leopold had drunk. Alright, so it's definitely James and Leopold drinking, and it was definitely Lord Leopold. Upon entering the library, take away the glasses, found Lord Leopold asleep. Suddenly was overcome with dizziness and fainted due to his weak heart. Was awoken again by Lord Leopold, instructing to raise the alarm. Yeah, so the butler helped himself to the bevies. He got knocked out. So yeah, our one-eyed accusatory individual. Yeah, so the doc definitely drugged Leo. We're 100% sure on that. Because he had a glass of sherry with James and became drowsy. As he was falling asleep, he says he saw the Lemurian observing him through the glass door. Woke up, found the butler asleep on the floor. Woke up the butler, entered the salon and found the body. Upon inspecting the weapon, deduced the Lemurian was the murderer. We know that's BS and chips. Okay, and the lad drank the funky tea, did nothing but stare at the tea house. Saw Lord Alistair leave the chess house shortly afterwards. They played together and he was very close to winning when the alarm was raised. That's Alistair's story. Oh, and Rafni, Watto, and welcome. So, we're 100% sure that James did the murder. James absolutely did the drugging. Okay. Well, we know that Alistair and James are, you know, the Wario and Waluigi of this team. They're both in on it. They're both part of the squad. So, okay, let's give it a shot. Piss. Alright, it's not wrong, but there's something else wrong. Oh! I accidentally dragged James's name into the other one. Woohoo! The job is done. Okay. Brotherhood members Alistair and James plotted to turn the ruling moderate and loyalist parties against each other. Over the course of the weekend, at James's manor, Alistair murdered the moderate leader and James framed the loyalist leader. Fucking wee! Good work. Also to Ralphie? Sorry, I'm butchering that. What on welcome. Hello. Oh, and we get a cutscene. You have proven that I can trust you. Here is the Brotherhood's artifact that I removed from the traitor Keen. Let me educate you on how it works. I'm not being consistent with these voices. I set it to take the heat from this cup of water. Then I changed the symbols and used the idol to give that heat to something else. But there is much more that the idol can do. Yeah, get ready for QTEs. Alright. Next chapter. Chapter 4, The New Order. Oh, it's gonna get complicated, friends. Oh, and Fearless, like, glad to hear you got it all sorted. I know that feeling of, like, once it's all locked in, so much. You can finally breathe. Oh, and Naru, have fun at D&D. May your may your rolls be high and your humour very low. Anyway, Chapter 4, The New Order. Triumph of the Order. Oh. Well now. This seems suspect, but okay. Alright, so over here we've got Prince of Dusk. Like night I am dark and full of terror. I do not fear love. Do not make that error. When you know my name, just look for my face. This man is not breathing, with no apparent wounds. Interesting. Remember the second virtue. Remember the third virtue. Alright. Poor bugger. I've never seen so much merit removed in the tribunal. Some mistakes are very costly. And an Albion franc banknote. Français. Citizen David Goran. Oh! There we go. David's been kind of like our little ninja throughout. Occupation, Enforcer of the Order Party. Oh, so they've taken over using the magical, fucking statue. History of Fraction and Obedience. Had a secret compartment in his office locker, denied the existence of it, but loyal service in low-ranking positions to the Order Party, plus 10 to merits. Oh, so this is what happened after they took over. It was a thing of beauty to see order prevail. If it were not for the first virtue, I would feel very happy. Nicholas, I'd wager you feel the new regime rewards your diligence now. So tell me why I saw you spend more than 3 shillings on new clothes after I asked you to lend me money and you said you had none to spare. I suggest you lend me some now, unless you want me to write up an official report about the 4th virtue breach. Your beloved brother, No Name. Alright. Mr. Nicholas Maker, record keeper of the Order Party, labelled a protocol as being on Thursday, even though it was Wednesday. Took a double-length lunch break in the office, plus loyal service to a low-ranking party, total merit 4. Shit. Alright, so we're basically going to deconstruct the regime that got put in place by these, like, this New World Order. Oh, God. Yeah, Fearless, I am so not ready for tax season. I have a stack of papers here, and I've not even started the digital stuff, so... Welcome to the Proto-Watchdog Baddies. This is like... God, this is like... I don't know, Bridgerton... 1984. Anyway, weekly order parties of the People's Tribunal. 6 culprits are brought to tribunal. It is opened. Each culprit's charges are evaluated and merit changes are calculated. First culprit's merit exaction starts. Second and then third. So we've got timings here. So I guess this was the first person of the day. I felt it in my bones that I should have drunk less. Now we poor soul experience God's wrath. Alright. The tribunal is a farce. They spread lies. That my pure love is merely lust. What do they even know of true art? Oh, yes. Such a relief they decided not to push any fashion charges. I hope the process is not painful. Alright, so... Of the virtues... I guess we have laziness and ostentatious clothing. Let's see what is up here. Alright. Oh shit, so yeah, the Wario brothers are up here. That was music to my ears, Alistair. But do control your emotions, as we are arbiters of the order, and never violate the first virtue. Music and emotions. He has a stack of Albion Frank notes. Dear Dr. Turner, I must regrettably inform you that during your absence from party business, your senior assistant Daniel has demonstrated extreme untidiness and has thus breached one of the virtues. Junior assistant Toby. Thanks, Toby. Alright, Dr. James Turner, arbiter of the Order Party. Drank a full bottle of brandy at a picnic. Kept a book of Legacy of Rose Dynasty in his study. But plus 20 merit for being a high-ranking person. God, this is some fucking... This is some shit right here. What are you insinuating, James? I would never breach the fourth virtue. You know darn well I keep no secrets. So I guess the fourth virtue is secrets and lies? I also misread that as merit extraction. It has less banknotes. Alright. Dear Arbiter Koch, I'm ready to inform you of our regime's colonel was seen with another officer's wife in a potentially intimate situation. I implore you send your agents to investigate this potential flouting of the first virtue. Alright, the first virtue seems to be changing depending on, but... Anyway, here's another arbiter. Has a history of infractions and obedience, slapped a sergeant in anger, listened to marching music in his manor, but is a loyal servant, plus 20 merit. Alright, then we have a stack. Aha! Woo! Avert your eyes! This clue has been added to the culprit. Fangor Quinn. That's a fucking great name. Birth year, 1760. Charges, claimed he had no wife. His painting depicted a naked person in his house. Broke his wife's favourite teapot in anger. That fucking bastard. And was observed spending the night with a neighbour's wife. Oh my lord. Dustin, it might be that the 7 virtues are the 7 sins. It's just that the first virtue seems to be inferred in different context. Just can't believe we have this smut on the internet. Alright, well that was Fangor Quinn. Okay, Walter Keane we know. Culprit, Walter Keane. Flirted 3 times with different married women during a party convention. The bastard. Wore ridiculous headgear at 5 public events. Claimed he had not betrayed High Arbiter Lazarus during the Ritual of Ascendance. Expelled from the party order. That's not good. Lothar Richards. That rings a bell. Lothar. Okay, had a dinner party with a few years ago where he offered large amounts of wine to his guests, got angry during the questioning and shouted at a High Arbiter, but revealed the whereabouts of his hiding fugitive dissonant daughter Mary and her husband Peter. Oh God. Josh Bailey. Again, that rings a bell. Gin. Left work at the tannery early, drank excessive amounts of gin at the Scrawny Cat, drank excessive amounts of rum at the Old Oak, approached a married woman with an indecent offer. The indecent offer was Yu-Gi-Oh! Denied 4 times in questioning that he had done these acts. Oh God, yes, Mary and Peter. Oh, wonder how they're doing. Probably poorly. Horace Webb. Has not held out a job since the new regime. Evaluated as 60 instances of non-work. Claims he works in a castle helping servants clean it. Possesses 15 books kept in his private library. A gasp. Expressed a willingness to donate his castle to the party. Evaluated as plus 200 merit. Personally, I wouldn't want a castle. The cost of upkeep is ridiculous. Alright, culprit. Duke Gideon Bell. Wears outrageous hairstyle. Broke down in tears 10 questions. Broke down in tears 10 times during questioning. Has refused to start working. Evaluated for 5 instances of job skipping. Rejected the High Arbiter's request that he share information of a secret entrance to the castle of his cousin the Sovereign. Alright, and let's check the back room. Here we go. The 4 maxims of virtue. Now we're getting all to the cool stuff. So Stooge, I think when they say expelled, I think he might be the dead man, but I think he was removed from the overall party and just made into a citizen, even though he was part of the secret society that helped bring them up. Gideon was ultimately disjopped, but somehow succeeded, so there we go. So yeah. You will perform your function as much as required. It is paramount to ensure our new order's society. So it's upside down J, O, and T. I have a horrible feeling that what they showed is how the idol takes and gives. So it pulls heat from water and expels heat onto tinder to light it. Perhaps it pulls life from the young and gives it. These weans are but a sacrifice. Alright, remember the second virtue. Store confiscated objects and evidence according to their virtues breached. Alright. Observe the 4 virtues to avoid using merit. I guess of the heart, effort, flamboyant, and secrets? Okay, so the first one has brandy and opium. That's the first of the 3 chests. The second one has a parchment, invoice February 15th, 1795, £1 of butter, delivery total cost. It's an invoice. Interesting. The third one, we have... a portrait of Gideon Bell, painted by Jasmine Nightwings, 1974. Interesting. A violin, which I believe we've seen that before. And a gnome shitting. So gnome shitting. Now, I'm not a member of the ruling party, but you cannot tell me that is not art. It is a gnome shitting. Steam screenshot. Thank you. Yes, somebody ordered 3 pounds of butter, which I guess could be considered excessive. And last but by no means least, the 4th, a book titled Stories and a book titled Autumn Tales. Alright. Now let's look at these weirds. In all truth, Lord Arbiter, I prefer storing no more than this. Alright. London Gazette. Since the year 1792, when it gained majority in Parliament and liberated our government from multi-party chaos, the Order Party has worked hard to improve society. Despite the vast popular support of the party, His Majesty refuses to acknowledge the authority of the party's tribunal. High Arbiter Lazarus Hurst has announced that in 2 months, the party and the supporters will participate in a peaceful march to the King's current residence to demonstrate their virtue of moderation. Alright, so one of the virtues is moderation. Alright, who's this weeing?
I'm honoured to help the party upkeep the 4 virtues. I only hope sitting here all day does not count as sloth.
There are worse jobs than this one. Thank God tobacco is not considered an indulgence. It's a bit boring, though. Bit too bad. Literature is forbidden.
A half full pouch of tobacco. Alright, so we found everything that we can. So it does seem like this person died was one of the potential culprits. Oh, well, Angel, I hope you're feeling better, right? We'll try and provide you some audio entertainment whilst you're waiting. So yeah, purity of the body, purity of the soul, purity of the mind, and the sight. Oh, fuck me running. Oh, we gotta do math? Oh my word. Okay, let's, whew. Let's go. Alright, so I have a feeling I know what this was. They're using the idol to take life from people. Blank days have passed, so number blank have passed since the older party seized power. During a tribunal, blank is judged to have the largest deduction in all of tribunal history. To execute his punishment, blank, so the idol was used on him and he lost blank blank years and died. So it's been 3 years. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. But we got to work out who blank is. Walter Keane's probably got the highest deduction. But here's the thing. The deductions of merits, we're going to have to work out how much each merit deduces. So you might want to start getting your pens and papers out, because we'll have to go back through everybody's passports or their citizen cards, whatever the fuck they're called, and do the math on each one. So, you know, I think you're right that Walter Keane, because he refused to give up... he refused to give somebody up. Yes, judged to have the largest merit deduction. Where are my merits? I need my merits. In all tribunal history. To execute the punishment, the idol was used on him, and he lost... Oh, and Fluffy Adorable Kitten, Watto and Welcome, Sinful Delight. We are judging Walter Keane. Yeah, he betrayed Lazarus and was killed. Absolutely, Chaunerus. But we have to work out how many years he got taken away. Okay, and Firestrager's been working on the virtues. So the first virtue is moderation. Second one, diligence, because laziness is the counter. Third, I'm not sure, but you're right that fourth is truth. Third is something to do with your appearance. Where was truth? Good at math. Okay. Ralphine's thinking beauty would be the third virtue. That could work. Because it's seen that lust and, okay, so the first virtue is moderation, and excessive blah blah and blah will be punished. So, like, flirtation. Okay, so secrets, lies, and mistakes for the fourth virtue. Alright. But no, Fluffy Adorable Kitten, congrats on Sea of Thieves goodness. It'll be good to welcome you into the Pirate Legends setup. And as soon as I said welcome you, the real hunter's like, hello! What, oh, and welcome! How goes it? We are on the Curse of the Golden Idol, and we are trying to work out what happened to Walter Keane. Okay, yeah, so if beauty is the third virtue, then lust... there's lust, music, and... Oh, fashion. Lust, music, and fashion. So diligence is definitely sloth. And moderation is indulgence. Anyway, so Hans Wolf, Watto and welcome. And to the real hunter, what were you playing? How was your stream? Tell me your tales. We've mostly been chatting about, I guess, GDC stuff today, and a few of the kind of, like, video gaming nonsense at the moment. Like, sadly, I don't think we're going to see Beyond Good and Evil. Oh, right! Literature. It's not music, it's literature. Vulgar literature. We're getting phone Doom? We're getting Doom on phone? Love to hear it. Oh, so Hans Wolf, GDC is the Game Developers Conference. It is a yearly event that kind of sits somewhere between like a trade show and a big game dev meet. Just gonna bring up that link from Sadlin. Mighty Doom. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. Oh yes, we were also talking about Big Mode again today and like the challenges of publishing. So I guess mistakes would come under diligence, which means literature would be in the fourth. So would that put music back over here? Okay, so... let's have a look at the accused ones here, because it was... who was Mr. Fuck Around and Find Out? That's music to my ears. but do control your emotions. We as arbiters must never violate the First Order. So emotions are part of the excessive emotions. So okay, yeah. So you can't have vulgar lust. Okay. Okay. So Sahan's Wolf. So this is the Case of the Golden Idol. It is a puzzle game, which is kind of like snapshots of Obra Dinn. Yeah, you can have vulgar fashion though. Where you must investigate a particular scene, find out all the clues, and then reconstruct them to find out what happened. And it is exceptionally good. Even if you see this bit and you've seen nothing else of it, pick up this game and play it, because it was on a lot of people's Game of the Year list last year, and it's so good. Oh, and The Real Hunter was streaming a spot of their art project for a few hours, and then grinding some quests in Final Fantasy XIV. The award-winning MMO with free trial. Oh, excessive francs could be one of them, because excessive amounts of money. Good shout, everybody, good shout. Alright, I saw untidiness at work. You think francs is the red herring word? Like excessive money... excessive lust? Because someone was mentioning the idea of lust being one of the violations of the first virtue. Bingo bango! Right. We are locked in. Okay, so we now know the virtues. Moderation, diligence, beauty, and truth. Where excessive indulgence, emotions, and lust will be punished. Sloth, mistakes, and untidiness at work will be punished. Vulgar fashion, vulgar art, and vulgar music. And all lies, secrets, and literature will be punished. However, we now need to work out the negative demerit for each of those sins. So, alright, math friends, let's get math in. Alright. So we'll do each character, and we'll try and work out... Because here's the thing, we get to see both... Yeah, you're gonna want a fucking pen and paper for this one, or a notepad, or... I don't know, maybe like a Google Doc or something. Yeah. Merit! Merit! Okay, so first up, let's start with these two, because they have a larger amount of... they have a larger number set. Alright, so first up, James Turner. Turner! Okay, so Turner is at a total merit of 12. He started at 20. He drank a full bottle of brandy at a picnic. He lost 8. So he kept a book, and he indulged. So that is a virtue of the first and a virtue of the fourth. Alright. Alright. Now let's have a look at his, the Wario to his Waluigi. So he slapped a sergeant in anger. That's a value. That's of the first. and he listened to marching music in his manor. So that's a demerit of 9. That's minus 9 of the first and third. Alright. Now let's have a look at these citizen cards. Now these will be from a base 10. So yeah, these people all start at a base 10. So this guy had a secret compartment in his office locker and denied the existence of the secret compartment. So that is a secret and a lie. So that's 2 of the 4th. Yeah. So minus 2. So it's safe to assume, because there can be nothing below 1 as a demerit, that infractions of the 4th are 1. God, I must sound like a complete conspiracy nut at this point. I love games. Alright, so it is a negative 1 for that one. Alright. Oh yeah, and Raph, by that logic, A is 7. So yeah, we just need to try and work out what B is. Alright. Then let's have a look at this guy. So, labelled protocol as being on Thursday when it was Wednesday. That is a mistake at work, so that is a second virtue violation. Took a double lunch break in the office. So minus... And he's on 10. No, so the B's, those are both work mistakes, right? And it's got to be the same value. So the second fraction is 3. Yeah. Good at math! Good at math! Good at math! Now, do we have C? Shackle's saying C is 2. Spot the fuck on. Right. Good at math! Good at math! Alright. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, moderation is harsh. So getting drunk and sexy is the worst thing you can do under this regime, which means I'm fucked. Okay. Now to look at Keen's violations. Alright, Walter Keene. Okay, so... now here's the question. How do these count as single infractions or separate infractions? Ralphine being like, lying about your awful sins is not that bad. So, alright, let's try both. Let's try all of them together, and then let's try, yeah, let's try all of them together, and let's try them all as separate. So first would be flirted 3 times with married women. That's lust. So that's either 1 or 3 counts of the first. So it's 1, possibly times 3. Wore ridiculous headgear at public events. That's the third. So that's 3, possibly times 5. Then claimed not to have betrayed Lord Arbiter. That's 4. And expelled from the Party of Order doesn't seem to have a mark next to it. So if we go back to the math on this one, he either got 7, 9, he either got -10, so he either got -10, or Jesus, or 32. Stooge, thank you for doing the math there. Chonra says expelled means he has no positive number. Oh shit! So there would. So there's. All right. Let's get all 3 numbers together. We'll try all 3 of them. So it's 1037. Oh no, we don't need to work out what his baseline was because it's about how much he lost. It's not about where he was and where it went from there. Alright, I gotta do my own math on this one because I wanna. We just not. Oh my life. You'll never have a calculator when you grow up. Sucks to be you, math teacher nerd. Okay, so I've got 7 times 3, 21, plus 15 from 3 times 5, 36, and then plus 1 from lying. So yeah, so 37. So 37 is the other possible. So let's try 10 first. And it's definitely years because he just fucking died. Okay. I mean, Tanoff, if he lost 32 bones, that would be a bad time. Oh! Yeah, sorry, no, I did the... Yeah, it's 32. My apologies. But still... He lost 32 bones. That's gotta hurt. Real Hunter, I think it's pretty safe to say that lust is definitely under the first virtue. Adultery definitely comes under that one. Souls? Nah. Oh, and Edwin, Watto and welcome. Yeah, Chornerus, we're not even getting the almost. Nah. That's a good point. Let's go back and check that article the child had. Because we might be wrong on... Okay. Since the year 1792, when it gained majority in Parliament... Okay. So this is the London Gazette from 1795. Okay. It was set to 3 already. 3 years have passed since the order. Let's have a quick look around down this way and see if there was any other articles that indicated the date and time. No, today is March 14th, 1795. Time travel is real. No one has a clock on them. Okay, March 14th is this current date. March 14th. And when did they take power? Because it could be a bit of a... No, it doesn't give us a month. Cheeky bad words. Alright. And we've still got to do everybody's merit totals. I don't think Lazarus has anything else beyond the statue on him. And I wish I could remember these symbols. He doesn't have his usual little guidebook. But 50p and a bag of chips says, because it's set to blue, that he just took life out of someone. Alright. We'll try 2 years have passed. No, no change. To execute his punishment, the idol is the only thing that we know that can affect somebody in that regard. Like, he died, but he died of essentially natural causes. Alright. We'll do the other ones first, unless we haven't worked out the merit. Alright, to avoid losing merits. We've learned about the merit system. But have we learned anything about the punishments? Oh, yes, Dustin, yeah, okay. Sorry, you were all steps ahead of me. Let's find out the merit totals so we can work out who the victim... Alright, who had the lowest score. Okay, so first up, Fangor Quinn and Walter Keane. Fangor Quinn. Claimed he had no wife, lied. Has a painting depicted a naked person in his house, art. Broke wife's favourite teapot in anger, that is emotion. Was observed spending a night with a neighbour's wife. That's beauty again. So that's... Oh god, good at math. So that's 1, 3, 1, 1, I guess. 1, 3, 1, 1? Yeah, so that's negative 10 for Quinn. And then Walter Keane, let's have a look. Well, this is the one we're trying to work out. Keane might be. So let's put 32 in there and see if it gives us the correct. So negative 32. See if that's correct. No. Alright, so our math on either Fangor or Keane is wrong. So let's try 10. Alright. Okay, so Quinn is wrong. It does seem that way because it's showing 2 or fewer slots. Alright, so Hut reckons that Quinn is 17, being lie, art, emotion, and lust. Okay, let's give it a shot. Boosh! Back of the net! Alright, so we know that Walter Lost's 32. Okay, so now we're going to do Lothar Richards and Josh Bailey! Loktar! Okay, so Loktar had a dinner party a few years ago where he offered a large amount of wine to his guests. That's gluttony, so that's 1. Sorry, that's the first virtue broken. Got angry and questioned and shouted at High Arbiter. That's 1 as well. However, revealed the whereabouts, hiding his dissonant daughter and her husband, plus 15. So he's at plus 13, right? Oh, so just at plus 1. Okay. So Lothar plus 1. Sneaked by selling out his sister. Good work there, buddy pal. Josh Bailey fucking loves his gin! Alright, so we have also established that multiple instances of the same infraction do count. Also, I just want to take a quick moment here. This is fucking great. This is why I love doing puzzle games with everybody. We might have to start doing the Black Watchman during the week. As much as it kills me to not do it with M's, I think we need to start getting weird with our puzzle games, you know? But I don't know. There's so many... We have too many games! Alright. Listen to the tale of Josh Barnley. Left work at the Tanley early. That's a second infraction. So that's a 2. Drank to excess. That's a 1. Drank to excess. Another 1. Approached married women with an indecent offer. That's a 1. Poor bastard. Denied 4 times during questioning that he'd done this act. So that is 4 counts. So that's 4 times 4. So, negative 28, everybody's saying. I'm sorry, I'm not... That's because I didn't work it out. Negative 28. Fucking on point! Alright, next up is Horace Webb and Gideon Bell. Horace Webb. Okay. Now, this is the big math numbers, so let's do it. So, has not held down a job since the new regime. Evaluated as 60 instances of non-work. So that is 60 times 2. As in 60 instances of the second infraction. Also, we'll say 2 times 60. Claims he works in his castle helping his servants clean it. Now, is that lying or is that laziness? But that's one instance. He has possessed 15 books in his private library. And literature was the 4th, right? So that's 15 counts of the 4th. And plus 200 for giving up his fucking castle. Hut says, so... 60 laziness, 1 lie, and 15 counts of book ownership. Hut's saying minus 11. Hunter's saying 19. Fuck it, let's give them both a shot. I'm also very glad to have you lot with. Okay, so you know, the 60 tardiness or at work. So, yeah, that's 60 times 3. And then 15 times 1, so that's 15 negative. Zakam, there isn't a base 10 for everybody. It's stated if they have a base 10. But he got plus 100 for giving up a fucking castle. Yeah, Angel Kalina, like, don't look at my bookshelves. Don't tell the new regime. Yeah, literature is 4. So that's just 15. Stooge is getting plus 0.2 as the grand finale. Let's give that a shot. Because he was in a lot of trouble. Alright, we can always come back to Horace Webb, because that's probably going to be the most complicated. Because of the huge... But I'm getting a few people thrown in 4. Alright, we'll beef it up to 4. We'll beef it up to 4. Alright, now Gideon. Alright, so Gideon's setup. Alright, Gideon wears an outrageous hairstyle. So that's fashion. That's 3. Broke down in tears 10 times during questioning. Fuck, that's 10 counts of the first. So 1 times 10. It's fucking 70. Has refused to start working. Evaluated as skipping 5 instances of job skipping. So that's the second 5 times. And rejected High Arbiter's request to share information of a secret entrance to his cousin, the Sovereign. That's a count of the single count of the 4th. So that's... Oh, good at math. So that's 270. Oh, God, 5 times 6. Negative 88. Poor bugger. Fucking nailed it. So it means that the tribunal judged Gideon. What's his fucking name? Gideon. Gideon Bell. Yes, to or fewer. And he lost 88 years of his life. Fucking hell. Alright, here we go. Woohoo! You stand accused of being a person who expressed emotion 10 times. How do you plead? I don't know. Don't make your case worse. Alright. The Order Party has seized power and now enforces the 4 maxims of virtue. The young Duke, Gideon Bell, was judged during the tribunal to have lost 88 merits. The High Arbiter of the party, Lazarus Hurst, used the idol and decreased Gideon's youth by 88 years, thus making him 108, which resulted in his death. Fuck me running. Yeah, good at math. Good at math. Oh. Right. Everybody, let's take 5. Let's take 5. I want to get some water. Let's have a breath. Let's have a breather. Because this is either the last or this is the start of something. Yeah, Ralphine, he was only 20, poor soul. And also to Ralphine and those of you who have just joined us, if we haven't met before, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. I'm Will. I worked in video games for like 10 years and I do this for a living. Thanks to the lovely Mother Hubbards that you see around you in the general chat area, I get to do this for full time, so it's lovely to meet you. Right. Go, get some water, get a bevy, cup of tea, whatever you need to bust out those thinking caps. Because, yeah, we're feckin' getting there. We're feckin' getting there. Hello, hello, hello. Oh. Exo, Watto, and welcome. Oh. How are you doing, friend? And Exo, you absolutely do need to play this. But one thing I will say, much like Obra Dinn, the joy is in the solving and the unfurling. Like, I think we could all see how this story was going to unfurl. I mean, it's called The Curse of the Golden Idol. That speaks volumes as to what kind of story it's going to be. But the way that you solve these... when I heard about this game, people described it in the Columbo manner. The idea that you're presented with the crime, it's already happened, but it's putting everything else together. You know, it's deducing what happened and working backwards. I mean, Edwin, I will say, playing this as a group game is also fucking brilliant. Friends, between you, me, and the goalposts, Drunk Will the other night DM'd Liquid Death, the sparkly water company that I've been picking up for the last few months. That's been very much helping with my drinking, which has been good. I drunkenly DM'd them and was like, hey, I don't know if I'm a big enough deal or not, but would you ever consider sponsoring or what have you? And they were like, yo, just send us an email to our sponsorship email and we'll see how it is. And I've been too nervous to write the email. So if I do end up with a Liquid Death sponsorship, I will be fucking chuffed. Because I've been trying to get my drinking under control, and I've been doing better. Like this last week and change, we've been trying to keep it to where I'm only allowed to drink on 2 nights. And we succeeded on that. I only drank on Saturday night. Actually, no, that was my only real drinking night. I had a glass of wine yesterday, and then that caused me to have a snooze between 8 o'clock at night and 11. So, yeah. God, Favour 6, I wish I could do a Columbo impression for that. Oh yeah, and Shaunerus, you're not far off, but we've got to see the tattoo on that guy's back, because the tattoo will denote the other details. Oh, Angel Kalina, that's super feckin' cool. I mean, and here's the thing. Either I get it or I don't. There's nothing really lost. And I can't claim that it was intentional, but I did realise that my last Gundam project, which I know I've probably shown you all, but fuck it. It's my show. I can show off Gundams if I want. My last Gundam project was this big beefy beef boy, right? Look at that black and gold. Look at that black and gold. I wonder where we've seen that before. It was completely unintentional, but I basically made Liquid Death coloured big beefcake. And I only did it because this guy was so... I love the design of this mech. I love it. But... and there's a few things I should have changed. I should have made the eye piece a bit of a brighter colour. But I love weird and different mech designs. But just look at the god-awful mustard yellow of this. It's one of those colours that works great on animation, but when you actually have to look at it in the real, you're like, no. No, 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 no. No one wants... no one wants that. So, yeah. Man. Don't worry about ice later, but... It's very bright. Dustin, I think I will. I think I will include that. Chaunerus, if it looked single colour desert camo, then that's just because my webcam didn't do it justice. It was a fugly mustard yellow. I mean, enough, I could do that. Although, there's a gentleman who's joined us for a few of the Gundam streams, specifically as a judge, who does a photography series over on Instagram, where he reviews independent beers and ciders, and pairs them with different Gundams that like match the color scheme or the thematics. So I wouldn't want to steal like a friendo's concept, you know. But all right, has everybody got water? Oh, Sadlin, thank you. Yeah, Tanoff, if you have a look at the link that Sadlin just dropped, that's backlighting me. That is the individual in question. He's a fucking cool guy. And he's joined us on the show a few times. His photography is just fucking brilliant. I mean, you're not far off, Sakam. That dude is definitely... the big O is definitely Colonel Mustard colours. Right. Let's get another thing on the way. Sorry, another mystery on the way. I'm always willing to talk Gundams. And Tanoff, I was very kindly given an airbrush for Christmas. So if you haven't seen it, so I've got my hang on, move my coffee stuff there. This is my little like painting studio. I haven't started the next project yet, which is why it's a bit of a mess. And I saw a technique online for doing marbling effects. So what you do is you take a piece of fabric, or like you can do it with cheap baby wipes. We did it with dryer sheets after they'd been used. So you take a dryer sheet and you gently pull it apart to give it that spidering effect. Then you clip it over the piece. And so with a black base coat, you then do the gold over. And it gives it that kind of marbly, organic kind of vibe. It's not exactly what I was going for, but I really like how it came out. Zakam says there's a club around here that carries liquid death. Pairs well with a Moscow Mule. I mean, it's just nice, fizzy water. And especially if if you have to be careful about like calories or sugar, but you are drinking, what you can do is go for some of like the flavored seltzers and pair them with like a nice clear alcohol. You still have to be careful of your sugar intake and stuff, but it's less scary. I don't know if C222's in, but they have a lot of knowledge when it comes to drinking with conditions where you have to keep track of your sugar levels and stuff. Anyway, mystery time. Okay, the flavored liquid death does have a little sugar in it. Alright, well that doesn't help. Oh well. See, don't take advice from me. So, here we go. The new order. The slight delay in the peaceful march to the king's castle. Slight delay. Alright, buckle up, friendos. Alright, let's start with the ship and work our way in. Because there's nothing to click on the king's manor up there. But there's a camp down here. Oh yeah, peaceful march, my nads. Alright, so we've got a boat. Twin mast, 4 guns. Not too much to be looking at there. Oh, we're back in the tavern. Where no one seems to be having a good time. Alright. So first things first. All these order rats sneaking around, this is no good. I hope they'll just blackmail me and bugger off. Knife, lemon, partially peeled, and various key rings. Alright, Dandelion Room, Ada Baker for 2 nights. Forget-Me-Not Room, Walter Naught, 2 nights. And we've got... Do you think they'll try and kidnap the king? Me and my employer are getting out of this blasted country. EC. We know that embroidered handkerchief from earlier in the game. And Stooge, what I'd say is, if you can't drink to excess, what's the point of this pub? Like, no one's going there for the ambiance or the smell. Nah, see, Edwin, I don't think Edwin's alive. I think this is the last that took his handkerchief. So that's Ada. I have instructed him to arrive around 11:30. Most likely, he will be in the Order Party uniform. If he comes alone, let me back up outside, approach him. If he gives you something that belonged to the one who escaped your tonic, you may proffer him the instruction slip I gave you. Can see your face, may he recognize you. Oh, you're getting careful. Handful of cards.
I hear rumours you lost a cannon while gambling.
The ship has a cannon missing. Handful of cards. 4 Albion francs. A ton enough.
Nonsense, I'm not an idiot. But real men like us could beat those older party ninnies without any weapons.
Yeah, he absolutely lost a fucking cannon.
Oh, that's too much. Oh no.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Alright, we're going to be having to go through all the murders. Alright, buckle up.
We're going in.
Alright, so we investigated everything here. Yeah, so Ada and Anne Green. Okay. There are 3 murders that will take place. Alright, let's check out this cute little pond. Ooh! Ah, a heavy seal. I have some small but pressing business to attend to. The property of our late brother Sebastian, the previous Proud Beast steward. I'll be back in the camp around 10 o'clock for a strategy meeting as planned. Lazarus. Yo, we know whose seal that is. But he's not on it. And these 2 fuckos.
Worry not, and continue to feast, wife. Nothing can stand in our way. I will kill our enemies wherever I go.
Still losing your money on betting, mate. And an almost empty whiskey flask. Love your bravado.
Dear husband, you are so brave and have been drinking since early this morning. But what will we do now? What if our evil government men find us?
A harp. And a book full of letters. Yeah, no, sorry. So the horse in the background had the seal and a letter, but no rider. And we know who the seal belongs to from the murder. Oh, okay.
It's time to start taking notes.
Right. Ooh, okay, so that red seal, I think, is the Proud Beasts. Become the pure flower I know you can be for me. Edmund Cloudsey, 1788. Dearest Mary, I know where your unworthy mate is hiding you. Soon I will free you from his dirty paws. Ship him to the colonies. While you will put on... Sorry. While you, I will put on a pedestal of sweetest praise, and you'll become my ideal wife. Signed, Edmund. All right. Ah, I would fight a tiger for you and win. Peter Battley. Uncle Edmund Cloudsey died in some robbery, and I am rich. Now your father will see me as I am. Let's marry. Alright, but there's nothing else to be found apart from the fact that horse is completely riderless. Oh shit! So it looks like the manor's been turned into some kind of... Oh god, a pile of mangled, burnt corpses. Someone used the idol! An empty cannon. Alright, so this is one of the cannons that's missing from the ship. Okay. Doesn't seem to be anything else from here. This was the safe house.
Oh, I recognise that voice. It's you. Isn't it poetic that you have fallen for the same trap you did all those years ago? Straw men are your bane. Oh, damn you, cunning devil! I've been shot. You will find me at the place where the two first met. There we can talk. An empty pistol and a loaded pistol. That seems interesting. A newly invented transportation device. I'll have none of these. I tell thee, I'll have none of these newfangled devices up in my house. 2 wheels. That's the devil's work. 1 bullet through there. So what's in here? Oh! Haha! So someone tipped off one of our assassins. Well, one of the assassins, I should say, to kill someone here. Clacked a scarecrow in the gob. A white pigeon. I admit I may have treated you unjustly after our long cooperation. I will come alone in peace so we can discuss your compensation. Fool of a toque. Alright, so there's a lot going down all at once. And then we've got another person. Slightly dented saber with some blood on it. A man in a helmet with numerous cuts on his body is not breathing. Beltaster Castle, Blackfield, Crow Towers, and the Woodshires. Port. Capital. Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to need to put together all our knowledge of our previous detective work to solve this one. Hey, look, it's fucking Wario!
In my professional opinion, they all did it.
In my professional opinion, they're all fucked. And Shackle, thank you for the bits, friend. Alright. Why are you not working, you worthless piece of garbage? I'm doing the exact same thing I saw Lazarus doing during the merit of the executions. Oh, shit. The idol's broken. So yeah, it's the same configuration, but the idol's bust. A slightly dented saber. So he's been in a scrap. The apple's partially fuckered. Yeah, testing our little grey cells. This regime has to fall. It's taking everything from me. Watch ticking shows the time as being 12:30 p.m. Just afternoon. Navager Blade. 1795, May 15th. Capital Route Morning Report. Newfangled insurgist carriage passes by. An individual in an insurrectionist carriage passes by. An individual in the insurrectionist uniform passes by on way to a two. All right. So the insurrectionists are the New Order. So at 8 in the morning, someone passed by on a newfangled carriage. We know the carriage is outside the stately home where the cannon and the burnt people are. At 8:30, an individual passes by on a new 2-wheeled contraption. That's the bicycle. That's the setup. And then at 10 o'clock, 2 individuals pass on horses. We know only one of them made it. Oh shit! So we know who. All right. So the guy with the seal, he's the guy who's dead fucking here. His mate made it away, but he got killed. By whom, I don't know. And we know that that person is Wario! Yahoo! Whatever the fuck Wario's name is. Wario is that bloke dead there. Yeah! Good at maths! James fucking Turner! Alright. Gotta find his bloody name. James fucking Turner. Alright, so Turner is one of the dead. And I'd estimate that if we go back to the Scarecrow, the guy dead on horseback is probably our man David Goran. Looks like you're going to shadow round Jimbo. So David Goran and James Turner are 2 of our corpses.
I would surmise. But let's have a look in the camp. Yes, Comrade Lazarus has not yet returned for several hours. Comrade Alistair and James have gone to find him. If they do not return, we will organise more search party to find the lost. Vanderbeest, it's actually an Old English tradition that was most people's surname after quite some time. Alright, so Bexhill Castle, Manor, Lover's Inlet, Camp Inn, Little Mermaid Inn, the Crossroads, and the Party Camp. Alright. Lazarus Hurst. Stupid little face. Alright, and in here we've got Lazarus! You took 32 things from me and I demand you return them. If you refuse, I will make the story of your true origins known to the party leaders. At 11:30 on May the 15th, meet me in the place the idol was stolen from our brotherhood and poor Will Wright met his death. That's the pub. Come alone and bring proof. Something personal of yours to give to the veiled woman. Tie your reply to a pigeon and release it from the cage. It will find me. Alright, and more notes. Walter Keane is threatening Laz. Yes! Because we know that's how much he lost in the tribunal. Alright, David Goran. Since its success at the Mermaid Inn has proven resourceful, discreet, and professional. Nicholas Maker. Cowardly, but dutiful. Useful up to a limit. He's outside. Alistair Koch. Pompous, vain, being a military man, ready to obey and ready to kill. James Turner. Greedy, hedonistic, requires constant material motivation to cooperate. And Walter Keane. Ambitious, inventive, but treacherous as many smart people are. Alright. Okay. I think I had to explore the upstairs of the pub. No? Okay, so we explored the pub. So he lost a cannon. The cannon made it here. And the old woman gives us kind of a timeline. But, like, in this regard, it doesn't want us to actually name all the peoples. It's just who killed so-and-so. So if we head back to the post... So this guy has a mark and 2 eyes, which makes him... If we go back to here... Which makes him a steward of the Dark Hand. So who do we know that's a Dark Hand steward that was involved in the ambush? That's Walter? Okay. So then let's go back to the old lady and get a time for when Walter killed David. Have I got the crazy eyes about me? I feel like I've got crazy eyes right now. Okay. So 8:30 in the morning was when David went by on a bike. Yeah, so before noon, Walter Keane killed Dave. Hang on, why have I not A to Z this? Killed David Goran at the. Is it the cabin? Oh shit, we're gonna try and get all of these right. But we've only got 2 bodies. Alright, we know the 2 lads on horses left. Is it safe to say that this bloke killed his... I don't want to say brother. He killed his... Wario killed Waluigi for the idol afternoon. At the crossroads. So that would be what's his face killed James Turner. Was it Alistair something? Alistair Kosh, thank you. Neo Shadow and Stooge. Back in your. Once again, I'm sorry if I've got crazy eyes. At the crossroads. Alright, so that means we're trying to find out who the last victim was. Do we have a third body? Jordan says, I think the timing might be wrong. Well, so we've got the old lady. So a newfangled insurrection carriage passed by at 8 o'clock in the morning, right? Oh no, Chaunerus, you're right. The horses was in the afternoon. Dave was before noon. Alright. Now that's what we got down. So the carriage must have something to do with one of the deaths. But where's our third corpse? I mean, we've got a pile of corpses here. Mangled and burnt. The door in the manor. The door in the manor just leads us out. And the gold dot by the window leads us out as well. That's why I kept leaping back and forth between the overworld. I wasn't intentionally trying to be jarring. So let's go back to base. Because what did this guy say? Comrade Lazarus has not returned for several hours. Comrade Alistair and James have gone to find him. If they do not return, we will organise more parties. So it could be that... Alistair... Okay. Lazarus was in the first group. The others were sent to find him. And we know that this guy lost his cannon... Okay, he lost his cannon to somebody while gambling. Is he Walter Nort? I don't think he is. So I think Lazarus died early in the morning. I think Lazarus was killed by whoever got the cannon in that pile of bodies. It's possible that Walter Keane was hiding in the castle, in the manor, and shot the fuck out of those guys with the cannon. Also, Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Oh, Dustin, it's so Obra Dinn. We've been waiting for a game like this since Obra Dinn. Except for this one doesn't give 50% of you all a thumping headache. I love Obra Dinn's art style, but I appreciate that if you can't... if you have, like, visual sensitivities, it's a fuck. Hang on, let me breathe. Kind of getting overexcited on this one. I saw an interesting thing of... if you can, like if you have the time and the cash, using an HDMI converter to run games like Obra Dinn through old CRTs to kind of soften out the pixels. Now, so the question is, who won the cannon? Now, what was the plan involving the pigeon? Because I might be wrong about Dave. Chaunerus, I think you're correct. The middle one is James Turners and Alistair Koch went to go find Lazarus Hart, fought over the idol. Ah, okay. So that would mean that... Yeah, okay. So when do you reckon the cabin was? Oh, no, so Chaunerus, I think you're correct. I'm just going to move those up. Because, yeah, they fought over it. The dents in the swords indicates that a sword fight happened. So, yeah, let's lock in that middle section. Because on the deaths, we have to get all of those right. Oh, well, Angel Kalina, hopefully you feel loads better after that. And hopefully my wild-eyed puzzle solving hasn't been too, I don't want to say unhinged, too anti-relaxing, because I'm having a fucking great time here. Okay, so before noon, Alistair Koch and James Turner went out to try and find Lazarus Dingleberry. Lazarus Hurst? Hang on. So Gam says they keep hearing James Turner and thinking about the loading ready to run lot. Yeah, I don't know that individual as well as I know some of the Lur crew. If I knew him well, I'd ping him and be like, yo, you know, they made a video game. Okay, it was Lazarus Hurst, okay. Such a name. Instead, they fought over the golden idol at the crossroads. Oh, sorry, it said they found the golden idol. Now, did they find it at the crossroads? And then fought over it? They find it at the cabin? No. Now, if they found it at the manor, that means that Lazarus was killed at the manor. Which means the cabin would be the last of the three. If they... Ha-ha! Right. So Lazarus... So it means the canon death was early in the morning. And that means that whoever was left alive... so-and-so went back to the cabin. So Lazarus was killed in cannon fire when he went to try and get Mary back from the gambler. Was it Laz who said he was going to go pick up Mary? Hang on, let's go back to Mary, because it was Edmund. No? Fuck! Lazarus is Edmund! Dingleberry, Dingleberry, Dingleberry. Yeah, he used the book.
I need to see what's behind the Biz Cup.
I mean, Stooge, fucking thank you. You could have just asked. But no, I mean, mate, you've been here long enough to know that's still a very big deal, and thank you. Yeah, Lazarus is Edmund after he faked his death. Either he used the idol to change his face, or he just shaved off that weirdo tash. I don't know why I thought... I thought that Edmund had set Lazarus up to be the new person. It's just the same thing. Yeah, he just aged himself younger with the idol. Yeah, shit, yeah, I can bring up the thinking page. So that means Lazarus got cannoned in the face. But who did the murder? So it meant that Lazarus died at the castle. Sorry, it mean that Lazarus died at the manor in the morning. Peter Battery. Yeah, you know what, Vanderbeest? Someone calling themselves Lazarus? Like, right? It's like fucking Alucard all over again. It's Dracula backwards? How did we not get that? Well, we were very busy planning World War III. Yeah, so Walter Keane and Dave Garan are the last ones. So after that, Walter Keane killed Dave Garan at the cabin. Oh! Oh! Solving crimes with people friends. Solving crimes, people friends. Not that I would ever join a police establishment, but I would be an insufferable detective. Lazarus. Okay, so now we just got to piece it together. So early in the morning, Lazarus Hurst went to the manor to... something, 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 because something, something. Solving crimes with people friends, Will's new escape podcast. Okay. So Stooge, hold on to that thought. Let's do the morning one first. So in the morning, Lazarus Hurst went to the manor to kidnap Mary Maker because blank blank wanted to... Oh, because so-and-so wanted to blackmail... No. Wants to have the ideal wife? That seems haunting. Because Lazarus Hurst. Alright, 2 or fewer slots are wrong. Oh, yes! Where's Battery?
Bingo, bango! How are we so good at smart people things? Alright. Now, jumping back. The stooge theory for the afternoon was David Goran went to the cabin. Alright, we know that. Went to the cabin to kill Walter Keane. Walter Keane was blackmailing Lazarus. Alright. And to kill Walter Keane because Walter Keane had tried to blackmail Lazarus Hurst to get back his lost years. Solving crimes with loads of friends. Yes! Because Walter Keane had tried to blackmail Lazarus Hurst to get his lost years back. Yeah! Woohoo! I am just so glad that the pisshead that no one believed in, and we get to see this exact movement on fucking Lazarus's face when he gets cannoned in the gob. Golden idol this, you shit! Douche! Okay. Before storming the king's castle with the Order Party, Lazarus Hurst led his men to Sebastian Cloudsley's old manor in order to kidnap his long-lost love, Mary Battery, Lee Richards, who was hiding there with her husband, Peter Batterley. Upon entering the manor, Lazarus' troops were confronted by drunk Peter with the cannon he had won gambling. Peter blew up Lazarus, breaking the idol, and then fled the scene. I just love everything about this. So, do you want us to check the manor before we walk in? No, I have the idol and all its magic powers. What could possibly stop... Oh, fuck, that's a cannon. Yeah, Jonas, it wasn't just that the idol broke. It was broken. It wasn't that Wario gave it bad inputs. Oh, that's freaking great. Woohoo! Let's get drinking! Down with virtues. Well, friends, if I'm hungover for Rainworld tomorrow, you'll know how it went. Oi, weren't you with the Order Party? Oh, no. I was never part of that ghastly organisation. Oi! I could take this gilded brass trinket for scrap metal. You have 3 sous and call yourself lucky. Yay! Cheers all! What a bloody marvellous game! Ah. Yes! See? That is what a puzzle game is meant to make you feel like. Yeah, Peter pawned the idol for drinking money in the end. God, that was good. Oh, sorry, no. Alistair pawned it for drinking money, but still. Glorious. And it says, thank you for playing The Case of the Golden Idol. Developed by The Color Grey and published by PlayStack.
Velp, since I just got back and missed most of it, I guess I'll just have to buy it and play it myself.
Actually, Keldra, that last puzzle was really nice. If you want to join us for the epilogue, for Grand Visions of a Better World, you're welcome. But either way, Keldra, like, seriously, thank you for the bits. And the thing is, even if you've seen these last bits, you can go back and play the original ones. And again, in every chapter, the murder is always there. It's the how and the why. Peak Columbo. Sorry, I don't mean to belch in your ears, friends. But we get one more mission. An epilogue of sorts. Let's see what happens. Okay, epilogue. Grand Vision of a Better World.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Who put this long-haired Brit on my screen?
Forces beyond your comprehension, Wheeler Dealer. That is right. The Titian Collective have powers mighty and great. These guys are making me really uncomfortable. Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. And a massive fucking congratulations on your charity milestone. Which, correct me if I'm wrong, was 50k, right? Yeah, here we go. It's proof of Edmund being Lazarus. Witness the power of the idol in my hands and swear loyalty to Lazarus Hurst, and we will build the ideal society. Also, nothing will go wrong.
Can the idol soak up into web bits and then give you more?
They'd have to take them from somewhere. But again, Stooge, fucking thank you, friend. Keldra is... sorry, I think I already said hi. So, Wheeler Dealer, we just solved the case of the Golden Idol. Now, actually, don't worry too much about spoilers, because, as we were saying, like, this game is basically Columbo style. It's not about finding the crime. It's, you are given all the information and kind of working backwards. And it's very bite-sized Obra Dinn. It's really good. Alright. So here we have Lazarus doing his whole make me younger thing. And by the looks of things, in the Brotherhood of Masks, only one thing is worse than imbeciles. Imbeciles with power. The rich and noble have a social club with mystical rituals and other hogwash. They're so stupid they did not realize that they had some truly miraculous technology at their hands. However, they are influential and persistent, and have already caused a great deal of harm to me and my goals. Walter Keane has told me more about their organization and practices. If he tells the truth, and they are truly devoted to their religious entity of the Griffin Reborn, I could gain some more powerful allies in my next move. So that was the face, then the sun. Order Party manifests. All citizens are equal. All citizens must serve society to the full extent of their ability. All citizens must be evaluated according to how virtuous they are. A society with internal contradictions is unsustainable. Therefore, it must be led by the most virtuous citizen. The king should step down and the aristocracy must be abolished. The more virtuous citizens are better able to serve society. Therefore, virtuous citizens deserve to gain more time on this earth. Bad citizens deserve to lose time. No, that's... You know what? That's a great society. There's nothing bad about that. Yeah, Dustin, it's not just a whodunit, but a whydunit as well. This is unbelievable! My pure Mary has joined matrimony with a clown, Peter Batley! Fuck that guy! She must have done it out of grief for my death. Yes, that's it. Not because I'm a massive dweeb with weird totalitarian ideals. Such a ghastly decision goes against every principle of virtue. Therefore, I consider the marriage null and void. She will come to me when she learns I still live. But for now, my duties to serve humanity take precedence. May. And lastly, society must be built on the principles of virtue, thus can only become truly great. Look at the Lemurians. Thousands of years ago, they had an empire on the banks of the Seven Seas. Their ancient technology continues to baffle modern science, but they became inert and decadent and forgot how to build and operate machines.
Step 1. All citizens are equal. Step 4. Here is how we will decide how they are unequal.
You're fucking right. Step 1. Everyone is on equal footing. Step 2. I'm totally better than everyone, and we'll decide everyone's ranking. Yeah, where's that bloody cannon? It is by this divine providence that I got my hands on a working ancient Marian artifact, the Golden Idol. I will use its powers to set humanity on the right path by building the ideal state. Ideal state? More like ideal inebriation. I swear it, yes. But
What motherfucking who?
What motherfucking who? I don't want to brag or anything, but we just solved the case of the idol, and it was fucking great. And I got a hunger for puzzles now. Well, alright, we're definitely doing the Black Watchman. We're definitely doing the Black Watchman. Maybe I'm gonna get my fresh world-conquering notebook out for that one. But Baron, how are you doing? How you feeling? How's it going? What and welcome. And also, fucking thank you for blowing the doors off with an intro there. It's good to see you, mate. It's good to see you. And off, we've not streamed the Room series. Okay, so here's the Brotherhood of Masks, Lurban chapter. Wow, yeah, so it was... He literally had everything transcribed. Yes, my lord, I swear loyalty to you and will undertake whatever tasks are required of me. David, thank you for dealing with the challenges relating to my death and for keeping an eye on our new ally. I do feel I have impressed upon him not only with the Golden Idol, but also with my vision of an ideal society. Come to our hideout November 24th. We're ready for the next step. Assume the next step is tea and correspondence. Oh god. A half-empty bottle of gin. The man is not breathing. Donate to a veteran who lost his leg in noble defense of his homeland. Oh, that is fucked up. So basically, the idol was used on a poor veteran outside as a means of, like, demonstrating power. He just stole that guy's life. Yep. Bastard. Okay. So here are the stories. Oh, and Baron, that's real good to hear. That's real good to hear. Alright, so... Alright. So yeah, during one attempt, Blank Blank was captured, and Blank Blank convinced him to join his side. So I guess that would be... During one attempt, oh, what's his bloody name? Ah yes, Walter Keane, who would end up becoming... So, Walter Keane was captured, and again, do we call him Edmund Cloudsey? Oh yeah, so, and then Edmund Cloudsey... convinced him to join the side. Edmund Cloudsey used the idol to make himself young and infiltrated the Brotherhood. So this is kind of, I guess, the connective tissue. And infiltrated the Brotherhood under the new identity. Fucking Lazarus. Fucking Lazarus Hurst. Then he claimed to be the Griffin Reborn. And transformed the Brotherhood into the Order Party. Thank you. Damn, it feels good to be a detective, but mainly just an mildly employed streamer. Huh. Baron, that is an odd side effect. Okay, so... Now I'm gonna remember the bloody first part. So-and-so left the thing to the thing, but not of... But in... Okay. Hang on. So it was the bloke who died. So it was the other Cloudsey. So-and-so left the idol to the... Brotherhood? God, I gotta remember which Cloudsy it was. Yeah, we'll click on the first case. Thank you. Sebastian Cloudsy. Oh shit, yeah, it goes way back. Yeah, so good old Sebastian Cloudsy left the idol. Yeah, lots of riderless horses in this game. Honestly, it seems to be that's the quickest way to get yourself murdered in this. Yeah, Edwin, this epilogue is meaty, but I think it's just a good way to bring it together for people who didn't do this as a group exercise, you know? If someone had done this solo, it might be harder to put all the connective tissue together. But yeah, so Baron, and those of you who have just joined us, even if you are seeing the epilogue, let me tell you, solving the puzzle up till this point is fucking great and still worth it. Play this game if you get the chance. Yeah, so he left it to the Brotherhood in his orders, but then David Guerin, on Edward Clownsy's orders, stole the idol and accidentally stabbed... Who got Axa stabbed? When was the stabbing? Was that in the pub? This man is not breathing. Oh, what was his bloody name? May the Griffin awaken, proud beast initiate. That shit makes so much more sense now. Who is this bastard? To my dear Maurice. Darn it, Maurice! Was it Willard who was the dead member? Willard Wright? So we don't share pieces between the thinking pages, unfortunately. That would be far too easy. I'm just so stoked that the drunkard that everybody disliked and everyone said was a waster ended up winning a cannon in a game of cards and then fucking up someone's day. Oh, so no, go to case 3 and open up the thinking panel. Sorry! That's what I get for flying around a little too fast. Yeah, Willard Wright was the guy who got stabbed. Do we have Willard Wright on the main panel? We do have Willard Wright. Tough break, old bean. Actually stabbed Willard Wright. The Brotherhood tasked so-and-so to punish so-and-so and recover the idol. So who was sent by the Brotherhood? Oh, it was the gentleman... Oh yeah, so it was Edmund Cloudsy. Oh, of course! It was Walter Keane, the gentleman... Oh, Oh, and stole the idol, because that's the only thing anyone's stealing today. Yeah! Alright, so Sebastian Cloudsy left the idol to the Brotherhood in his will, but David Guerin, on Edmund Cloudsy's orders, stole the idol and accidentally stabbed Willard Wright. The Brotherhood tasked Walter Keane to punish Edmund Cloudsy and recover the idol, but their attempts were fruitless. Okay, so we know Brotherhood masters the, Wario and Waluigi, so that was James Turner and Alistair Koch. Alistair Koch helped. No! No! James Turner and Alistair Koch helped Lazarus Hearst seize power in the country and enforce the rule of virtues by taking youth away from the common people and giving it to the Order Party members. Right before the final showdown with the uncooperative king, Lazarus. Alright. Fuck. Lazarus Hearst wanted to kidnap Mary Batley, but was shot by Peter Batley, and the idol was broken. With a fucking cannon! Hey! I can't help but see that guy ratted out of his face at like 8 o'clock in the morning with a cannon being like, "What ho, dickheads!" Boof! Who's laughing at the drunkard now? Ah. Glorious. Glorious. 100% victories across the board. Let's have a look at the, yeah, I think that's, yeah, that's all achievements. That is as cleared as it could be. Yeah, Peter, you magnificent son of a bitch. Killed a cult with a cannon. I mean, Stooge, you're probably not wrong, but he was ratted. And by the time we see him later on, he's just getting shit-faced by a pond. He shut down a coup. He killed a cult that was using, darkened magic to mess with people. You know what? BDE is very rarely easily observable in single instances. But yeah, that was some peak Sea of Thieves. So yes, the answer to our little game of Clue was Peter Batley in the manor drawing room with a fucking cannon. Fucking bravo! Bravo! Sorry, if it seems like I'm just overhyped. I love video games. And there's just a special sweet spot for things like this where we get to share it as an experience and go through it together and get to feel that group camaraderie. This was brilliant and clever and whimsical, and especially when we're having to reconstruct the timeline of events. Like when we started putting together how the drugs were being used in that one particular murder, that was just fucking brilliant. What a glorious game. Hello, River. So I tell you what, friends, this is a very good place to bring our adventures to a close. But again, if you only saw one or two of the mysteries that we went through today, please consider picking this game up because, yeah, this game is wild. It's fucking great. Find give me some smooth jams to see us out on. There we go. Oh, I know not every game can be this level of us together, and not everything can be this neat and wonderful, but I'm so happy we did it together as a group. I'm honestly thinking that we might need to start doing the Black Watchman as a group feature. Like, I know it's older, and I know it involves a lot more Googling and research, but I think it will be a fun one. I was saving the Black Watchman for Saturdays because it was great playing it through with Emma, but, you know, there are only so many days in a week, and our Saturdays get pretty booked up. Yeah, Edwin, good luck on the math. Good luck on that one. The thing! Yeah, I'm gonna go wake Fiona from a nap. Okay. Right. So let me say my thank yous. Oh, Phonopath as well, yes. Actually, sorry. Phonopath is one that I will probably play with friendos, but I don't think I have the setup to get the audio quality quite good across Twitch. But Dustin, thank you for reminding me of Phonopath. Sorry. I definitely have the crazes about me. So, this has been a wonderful day. I hope you've all had as much fun with this as I have. If I end up being very hungover tomorrow, it is in celebration. But looking after little Lance with a hangover might be too much of a challenge. I did not expect today was going to be off the chain like it was. God. Friends, streaming for a living is very stressful. It is a lot of work. The hours are all, and the sleep is, but it's worth it for moments like these. Days like these, where it just comes together. Fucking great. So I want to say a massive thank you, friendos. A massive thank you. And to that end, to the people who have chucked in cash to keep this tiny corner of the internet afloat, which is something I cannot say thank you enough for, and all. Like, you guys are fucking great. So, thank yous are in order. So, Asari Greenfire for a surprise fastball red bit out of nowhere. You fucking legend. Thank you. But also to Shackleton ET3 Stooge, Baron von Sheepington III, Vanderbeest, Punspector, Wolfcrad, Bacon Avenger, Keldra, Swedish Chef Jokum, who has released a new game. You should check it out. It's fucking cool. J-Post, Crux, and Naru Hoodie. Seriously, thank you all. Your moderator's day was not just Caffeine and Rhymes with a Moose, but we also had a Lizzie to Pow in the house. And those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Garl! I'd like to thank Keldra, Gitten Ed, Kisa Saitama, again, Swiss Chef, Jokeum, I was going to say Swedish Chef, Curse My Dyslexia, Air Dragon, and Wheeler Dealer, and thank you, The Real Hunter, for the raid. And, as I have my wits about me, and my focus, let us find a person to raid on into ourselves. Oh no, that's 2 wills! No one wants 2 wills. That's a bad time. No one wants that. Alright, so let's see what we have. I should certainly have more willpower. Certainly. Right. Hookshot. I will look at the...
Multi-will, kinda like multi-pass, only more turnip.
Actually, exactly double the amount of turnip as you had previously experienced. And Hookshot, I will look into when we can play the spooky game. But... let me see if I've still got the bookmark for it. Darn it. Because Friendo of a Longship Friendo released a spooky game the last couple days, and it looks fascinating. I don't know if our occult game dev friend is still here. Darn it. I can't find it in my retweets. Alright, I'll fish out the link and I'll drop it in the Discord, dear friendos. Two Wills, That's a Bad Time is my first rap album. Okay. Right. So I have 3 things that I can offer you, dear friends. 3 things I can offer you. So I've got...
On Caledon we had air and sea power. Here on Twitch, we need to have willpower. Dune.
I am the big worm now. Moo. No one's ready for that. That's bad. That is bad. That's the Emperor of Dune version that no one needs. Okay. So here's what I have for you. I have some game dev art. I have a spot of the Long Dark, and I have some Metroid Prime. Which of those suits your fancy, dear friends? Hookshot would like Long Dark. So let's just do it on quick draw. So we're going to go over to Professor Nels, who is playing a spot of the Long Dark. And they are a lovely, lovely individual. So I'm happy I get to introduce you. And I shall leave you with them. Actually, Bacon, it wasn't... Heroes to the People Dan Jones is not on right now. So I shall deposit you over with Professor Nels. Whether or not you would describe them as a hero is completely up to you. But I shall certainly enjoy a little bit of chilly company. Nah. I try and... Because there's so many friendos we have on Twitch that do such good stuff, it's really hard to choose where we raid in the evening. So that's why I ask you lot based on the game. Because that way, like... Okay, yes, it offsets the choice from me, but also, like, we're not just picking favorites with friendos that already have, like, huge swaths of success, you know? I'm only where I'm at because people help my ass out, so it's the least I can do, even if it is a bit chaotic. And the raiding system on Twitch isn't great for helping everybody because you can only raid into people who stream after you, you know? I don't have a way to boost people who stream in the mornings. Well, I'm sure there's a way I could think up something clever, but that's a story for another day. Thank you all for solving the case of the Golden Idol. Have a cracking rest of your day. I'll see you tomorrow for Rain World. Good night, friends.